Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the Akatsuki Mastermind controlling Shinobi history. Let the tale begin. Chapter 61, The Arrival of Hanzo's Envoy. After leaving the conference room, Byakuya felt like he had forgotten something. Turning back to look at the conference room, he shot a fierce glare and slammed the door behind him. Upon hearing the clang of the closing door, Byakuya nodded quietly to himself, feeling much relieved. In his role within the Akatsuki, him being opposed to Yahiko while also being too gentle could arouse suspicion. Upon hearing the sound of Byakuya slamming the door, Yahiko also felt relieved, though still somewhat concerned. There was an unspoken understanding between Byakuya and Yahiko. If Byakuya didn't publicly refute him, it meant he accepted Yahiko's arrangement, or at least wouldn't sabotage it in secret. After all, despite their differing ideologies, they were ultimately working for the development of the Akatsuki organization. However, Yahiko tended to see the good in things, interpreting situations in a positive light, while Byakuya always assumed the worst intentions in others. After reflecting on this, Yahiko continued to chair the meeting regarding Hanzo's envoy, detailing the reception arrangements in hopes that Hanzo would be satisfied with the Akatsuki. If this friendly meeting could indeed take place, the Akatsuki wouldn't need to worry about threats from the Amage cure for several years. If not, they would have to prepare early. After all, even though his childhood idol was Hanzo of Salamander, at that time he was just a homeless orphan and posed no threat. Now, as the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he commanded over 100 ninjas, making them a significant force in the ninja world. Even the hero of the Hidden Rain, Hanzo, would feel wary. Unlike Yahiko, who was concerned about the future of the Akatsuki, Byakuya was as calm as still water. After all, Byakuya never worried whether or not the Amage cure would be disadvantageous to the Akatsuki. In his mind, a clash between the Akatsuki and the Amage cure was inevitable, it was only a matter of time. Nevertheless, to appease a few hidden observers, Byakuya still put on a displeased expression. He walked all the way to the construction site managed by the Umbu. With a stern face, Byakuya issued orders for overtime work today and personally supervised to prevent any laziness or slack from the Umbu members. Faced with Byakuya's orders, the Umbu members didn't dare to disobey and worked much more efficiently. After all, when Byakuya's face darkened like this, even fools knew he was in a bad mood. It would be suicidal to poke fingers to a hungry lion. However, who exactly had the audacity to provoke Lord Byakuya? Was it Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki? Or was it someone else entirely? Akane, who was responsible for supervision, also noticed Byakuya's expression and cautiously asked as she approached, "Lord Byakuya, did you have another argument with Lord Yahiko? And, remember that Akane is Karen's mother. I changed her name from Karen to Akane because of requests. The original author uses different names sometimes too. Don't know if he is high or what." Byakuya looked at Akane and gently shook his head. "It's just some minor disagreements." Minor disagreements. Akane didn't believe it for a moment. As far as she was concerned, the only people who could anger Byakuya were enemies or their leader, Yahiko. With no external threats to the Akatsuki currently, the only possibility left was their leader, Yahiko. The interests of leader Yahiko and Lord Byakuya were clearly aligned. There was no need for quarrels. Couldn't they just sit down and discuss things seriously? But she didn't intend to meddle in this matter. Lord Byakuya must have already made up his mind. Byakuya spent the entire afternoon at the construction site. Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu observed him for the entire afternoon. Since deciding to groom Byakuya as the next pawn, he had been secretly observing him. He would wait for the right moment to appear, then gradually gain Byakuya's trust and influence him, making Byakuya a participant in the Eye of the Moon plan and increasing the chances of freeing his mother. However, Black Zetsu hadn't figured out how exactly to approach Byakuya yet. Based on Byakuya's current strength and demeanor, Black Zetsu couldn't guarantee that appearing in front of him wouldn't raise Byakuya's suspicions. After all, except for the proud and arrogant Uchiha, anyone would be suspicious of his current appearance. Once suspicion took root, none of his tricks or words would be effective. Just then, Black Zetsu noticed that Byakuya seemed to have finished writing something. Leaving behind a paper clone in place, he headed towards the depths of the forest. What Byakuya wrote was naturally a mission report for Danzo. Given his relationship with Danzo, for such a major event as the arrival of Hanzo's envoy, it was natural to inform Danzo, their benefactor, and urge him to quickly send the next batch of assistance. And on the other hand, it was also done for the eyes of the hidden Uchiha Madara. After arriving at a cliff outside the base, Byakuya used ninjutsu to summon a ninja eagle and place the letter. After that, he returned to the base of the Akatsuki. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that Byakuya had been secretly colluding with ninja from other factions, but he wasn't sure which factions ninja Byakuya was colluding with. If he could figure this out, it would be much easier to approach Byakuya. Patiently waiting for Byakuya to leave, Black Zetsu dove into the ground and swiftly headed toward the location of the ninja eagle. Bursting out of the ground, he reached out and grabbed the ninja eagle flying low. Black Zetsu didn't immediately kill the ninja eagle. Instead, he let Byakuya control the ninja eagle while he slowly opened the letter that Byakuya had sent to Danzo. After scanning it briefly, Black Zetsu resealed the letter and released the ninja eagle. The contents of the letter were simple, just Byakuya informing Danzo that the ambassador would soon arrive at the Akatsuki. However, within these few sentences, there was a wealth of information. Firstly, the ninja Byakuya was colluding with belonged to Konoha's Hokage assistant. Secondly, Byakuya had leaked the impending arrival of Ambassador Hanzo, which could be considered a betrayal of the Akatsuki. More importantly, Black Zetsu had already vaguely guessed the reason why Byakuya was colluding with the Hokage's assistant. He wanted to overthrow Yahiko and become the true leader of the Akatsuki. But knowing just this wasn't enough for Black Zetsu. He planned to groom Byakuya as a pawn, not watch him become the leader of the Akatsuki. Before that, he had to earn Byakuya's trust and do him a big favor. So, in a sense, this Hokage's assistant was actually his competitor. He had to defeat this competitor to make Byakuya his pawn. As his thoughts gradually refocused, Black Zetsu looked towards the ninja eagle, now a distant, and pursued it. This time, the harvest from intercepting the ninja eagle was quite good. At least he now knew who his competitor was, and he had also devised a complete plan on how to gain Byakuya's trust. Just thinking about the increased probability of reviving his mother made Black Zetsu feel much better. Equally satisfying was Byakuya's use of the mayfly technique to secretly infiltrate. Now that he finally knew who had been spying on him recently. In Byakuya's mind, there was only one person who could audaciously use the pitcher plant monster technique, Black Zetsu. Chapter 62, Proactive Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, full name Kagaya Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. He is the third child of Kagaya Otsutsuki, besides Hagoromo and Himura, gender unknown, belonging to the noble Otsutsuki clan. It is said that many children of the Otsutsuki clan have a tradition of persecuting their parents. However, unlike his two disobedient brothers who joined forces to seal Kagaya, Black Zetsu is a true filial child who has lurked in the ninja world for millennia, striving toward a single goal. That goal is to collect the tailed beasts to revive the Ten Tails and free Kagaya from her seal. In the original storyline, after millennia of effort, Black Zetsu almost achieved his wish. Unfortunately, the disobedient Sage of Six Paths was one step ahead. While Black Zetsu was striving to rescue his mother, the Sage of Six Paths was already contemplating how to seal Kagaya again. Otherwise, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto's process of dealing with Kagaya Otsutsuki wouldn't have been so smooth. Upon learning that Black Zetsu was targeting him, Byakuya was somewhat puzzled. He remembered Black Zetsu appearing when Uchiha Madara committed suicide, but now he was showing up early. Could it be that Uchiha Madara had already committed suicide? If that was true, then it meant that Obito had completed his transformation. However, despite the confusion, Byakuya wouldn't completely trust the plot from his memories. After all, since his appearance, many changes have occurred in his mind. For example, During this period, the Akatsuki organization did not attract the attention of Hanzo and Danzo Shimura at all. Danzo did not collaborate with Akatsuki members until he set his sights on the Rinnegan, but Nagato hasn't revealed the Rinnegan yet. However, now that Black Zetsu has set his sights on Byakuya and is so interested in him, should he take advantage of this opportunity to turn the tables on Black Zetsu? If he could get Black Zetsu to join the Akatsuki, the rewards would certainly not be few. Although Black Zetsu's achievements are lacking and his raw power may not match elite Jonin, he is still Kaguya's third child. This Black Zetsu could grant some rewards to Byakuya. It would be great if he could get a chakra fruit, but it's a bit of a dream. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day when the envoy from Hanzo arrived to visit. In line with the principle of know thyself, know thy enemy, 100 battles, 100 victories, Byakuya also went to meet the so-called envoy of Hanzo. The other person was a middle-aged man with a single eye, and judging from his chakra level, he appeared to be a high-ranking ninja. However, in his memory, there was only one single-eyed high-ranking ninja from the Amigakure. That person was also an envoy for Hanzo and brought good news to the Akatsuki in the original timeline/anime. Simply put, Hanzo consolidated the nation's diplomatic affairs and outsourced them to the Akatsuki, inviting senior Akatsuki members to meet with foreign envoys. If Yahiko had thought carefully at the time, he should have known that this kind of thing was unreliable, but he still agreed to it. Ultimately, the Akatsuki faced a mass murder. However, from the final result, Hanzo of the Salamander was the ultimate loser. So, while accompanying the single-eyed high-ranking ninja, Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly, but the other party behaved very politely. Byakuya couldn't even provoke him actively. After all, you don't hit a smiling face. The reason why the single-eyed high-ranking ninja was so respectful was also very simple. First, Hanzo had issued strict commands, and second, it was related to the strength of the Akatsuki. After entering the Akatsuki base, he silently calculated the number of Akatsuki members. After discovering that there were dozens of ninjas waiting in the base, his attitude became much more serious, because the meaning represented by a few ninja groups and a ninja organization of over 100 people was completely different. After learning of Hanzo's intention to cooperate with the Akatsuki, Yahiko's smile grew even brighter. Sure enough, Hanzo of the Salamander did not disappoint him. Even though he had been disheartened for a long time, Hanzo of the Salamander was still a hero of the Land of Rain, understanding what was best for his country. After accepting the personal letter, Yahiko turned to the single-eyed high-ranking ninja and invited him to further explore the Akatsuki and began explaining the organization's principles. The single-eyed high-ranking ninja did not refuse. It was, after all, part of his mission. However, after listening to Yahiko's principles, the single-eyed high-ranking ninja frowned directly and his eyes showed signs of doubt. Were the principles of the Akatsuki too far-fetched? In the Land of Rain, a land filled with warfare, famine, and disasters, why would such idealistic principles emerge? How could people possibly understand each other? Yahiko also noticed the doubt in the single-eyed high-ranking ninja and wasted no words, taking him directly to visit a nearby village where the Akatsuki's principles had brought about results. Upon seeing the healthy villagers, the single-eyed high-ranking ninja dispelled his doubts about the Akatsuki's principles. He looked at Yahiko with a newfound respect. This was exactly the kind of talent lacking in the Land of Rain. If Hanzo of the Salamander could truly cooperate with the Akatsuki, in a few years, the Land of Rain would surely be vastly different from now. Thus, in the following days, the single-eyed high-ranking ninja began actively asking about the specifics of the Akatsuki's principles. He wanted to relay all these principles to Hanzo. Facing the inquiries of the single-eyed high-ranking ninja, Yahiko naturally spoke openly. If he could convince the Hanzo's envoy here, the likelihood of persuading Hanzo would also increase significantly. The Akatsuki needed an official status within the Land of Rain. Moreover, for the Land of Rain, if the Akatsuki and the Amigakure could coexist peacefully, the country could reduce some sacrifices, and the lives of its people would suffer less turmoil. Meanwhile, on another front, Black Zetsu found Byakuya resting in the forest. After investigating assistant of Hokage and learning that it was Danzo Shimura who contacted Byakuya, Black Zetsu decided to approach Byakuya himself to discuss cooperation. Chapter 63, Black Zetsu interrogates Byakuya. To get close to Byakuya, Black Zetsu considered many methods. For example, deliberately creating a dangerous situation and then rescuing Byakuya himself, thereby shaping an authoritative image in front of Byakuya. However, after careful consideration, Black Zetsu abandoned these ideas. He simply didn't have the ability to put Byakuya in jeopardy, and the ninja who could endanger Byakuya were beyond his capability to deal with. Ultimately, he had inherited longevity from his mother, not strength. If he possessed the powerful strength of his two brothers, he would have long ago revived the Ten Tails and freed his mother from her seal. But these grievances couldn't be blamed on his mother. The blame lay squarely on his unfilial brothers, Hagoromo and Himura. Clearing his mind of distractions and confirming no other ninjas around, Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows and slowly appeared before Byakuya. Byakuya immediately noticed Black Zetsu and asked sharply, "Who are you?" Byakuya had sensed Black Zetsu's presence long ago, but seeing Black Zetsu reveal himself so easily still surprised him. He had expected Black Zetsu to observe him for a while longer before revealing himself. Entering his performance mode, Black Zetsu spoke softly, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I know what you want, and your current situation is very dangerous." Byakuya snorted coldly, his expression wary. "You're a sneaky one. Do you really know what I want? But hiding your identity is futile. Once I capture you, I'll naturally know everything." Before he finished speaking, Byakuya formed hand seals with both hands. Dozens of paper shurikens condensed and flew toward Black Zetsu's position, hitting his body. After hitting Black Zetsu, the paper shurikens transformed into explosive tags, blossoming into a splendid explosion. After the smoke cleared, Black Zetsu appeared before Byakuya unscathed. Seeing this scene, Byakuya's expression grew serious. After a brief hesitation, Byakuya began to use sealing jutsu. Golden chains emerged from his body at tremendous speed, shooting towards Black Zetsu. Just as the chains were about to capture him, Black Zetsu slowly raised his palm. Using the wood release, cutting technique as cover, his true body was directly submerged into the ground and reappeared before Byakuya a few seconds later. Seeing that his attempt with the adamantine sealing chains had no effect, Byakuya's face became extremely serious, his gaze piercingly cold. "First Hokage's would release? Are you a ninja from Konoha?" "No, would release has been lost in Konoha for a long time." "Which faction's ninja are you exactly?" Black Zetsu was pleased with Byakuya's expression, feeling a hint of apprehension himself. If he couldn't intimidate Byakuya, the negotiations ahead would be difficult to continue. Calmly walking up to Byakuya's side, Black Zetsu, with a profound and mysterious expression, said, "Byakuya, we are not enemies. After venting out, can we sit down and talk properly?" After a cold snort from Byakuya, he sat on a large rock nearby and asked, "State your purpose." "A strong one like you wouldn't randomly come looking for me. I've already said before, I'm here to help you. I don't need your help. I'm living well now. Soon I'll get everything I want, all by my own strength." "Is that so?" Black Zetsu smiled knowingly. "Then why are you here now, instead of in the conference room accompanying the envoy from Hanzo?" Byakuya glanced at Black Zetsu, his eyes filled with caution. "How do you know about the envoy from Hanzo?" Pausing for a moment, Byakuya continued, "Even if you know, so what? I just can't stand the atmosphere in the conference room, so I came out for some fresh air. The Akatsuki will eventually recognize me as their leader. Reality seems to differ from your imagination." Black Zetsu's smile became more unrestrained as he slowly sat down beside Byakuya, his voice carrying a hint of enchantment. "If you were truly confident about becoming the leader of the Akatsuki, you wouldn't collude with ninjas outside the Akatsuki, nor would you secretly cultivate subordinates independent of the Akatsuki. Your actions have exposed your uncertainty. You don't even have confidence in becoming the leader of the Akatsuki, let alone fulfilling your deepest desires. So, during such an important meeting with Hanzo's envoy, you could only sit here alone. Byakuya listened attentively, curious about how he appeared in Black Zetsu's eyes. From those words, it was evident that Black Zetsu had investigated him beforehand and had done his homework seriously before coming. But how did Black Zetsu know his deepest desires? Even Byakuya himself didn't know that. Right now, apart from making the Akatsuki grow stronger, he didn't have any other wishes. What exactly did Black Zetsu imagine when investigating me? Nevertheless, to cooperate with Black Zetsu's performance, Byakuya still displayed a nervous demeanor. Halfway through Black Zetsu's speech, as if provoked, Byakuya hastily stood up, staring fixedly at Black Zetsu and said in a deliberate tone, "How much do you really know about my secrets?" Black Zetsu calmly replied, "I don't know all your secrets, but I know far more than you imagine. Now that I've revealed so many secrets, you should be able to trust that I have no malicious intent. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to meet you. With this information alone, I could make your life miserable." A hint of panic flashed in Byakuya's eyes, then he regained a calm demeanor. I believe in your abilities, but I don't need your help. I can achieve my dreams on my own. Is that so? Black Zetsu countered once again. It may be easy to rebuild the fallen Uzumaki, but those ninjas who caused its downfall haven't perished. Once they learn of Uzumaki's reconstruction, what will they do? How much can the Akatsuki, which you expect to help you, really assist you? Are they truly willing to help you? After listening to Black Zetsu's consecutive counter-questions, Byakuya fell into a brief silence. So Black Zetsu believed his ideal was to rebuild Uzumaki? Even Black Zetsu knew about his Uzumaki lineage. But he never thought of rebuilding Uzumaki. Did Black Zetsu misunderstand something? Seeing Byakuya fall silent, Black Zetsu was quite satisfied. He directly brought out his trump card and said, "Byakuya, don't even think about using Konoha's help to rebuild Uzumaki. If they really had that intention, they wouldn't have sat back and watched Uzumaki fall. And do you really know who the Hokage assistant you trust is?" "Of course I do." Byakuya silently thought to himself, revealing Black Zetsu's identity. However, in reality, Byakuya looked puzzled, eagerly awaiting an answer. Without hiding anything, Black Zetsu directly stated, "The Hokage assistant you're in contact with is Danzo Shimura, a hawkish figure in Konoha. Besides Konoha's interests, he doesn't care about anything else." Chapter 64, Seeing Through Danzo's True Face. Who is Danzo Shimura? Byakuya muttered the name, his eyes filled with more confusion. For most ninjas in the shinobi world, the name Danzo Shimura didn't hold much weight. Even Konoha's own lower-ranked ninjas hadn't heard much about Danzo. The name Danzo Shimura truly resonated throughout the shinobi world during his candidacy for the 6th Hokage. Black Zetsu seemed to have also realized this, his expression slightly embarrassed. In truth, he hadn't heard much about Danzo's name before either. After several days of investigation, all he could confirm was that Danzo was not a good person and was using Byakuya. And the logic behind using Byakuya was even simpler, being used by Danzo was worse than using by him. Realizing the awkward atmosphere, Black Zetsu cleared his throat and explained. Danzo Shimura is a schemer who has orchestrated assassinations of daimyo and village leaders across various countries, and has always sought to overthrow the Hokage. It's very dangerous to cooperate with him. Hearing this, Byakuya nodded lightly. Isn't that a good thing? I also want to plan a coup against Yahiko, and Danzo has often patiently taught me. He's a kind senior. And if I can control the Akatsuki, it also aligns with Konoha's interests. From that perspective, there's no conflict of interest between me and Danzo-senpai. But you, appearing before me inexplicably, threatening me with leverage. Black Zetsu thought Byakuya made sense. Compared to a senior ninja with years of assassination experience and high status, his own image as a small Black Zetsu, not even a human, was clearly suspicious and not fully trustworthy. However, everything he said was true. Danzo was indeed using Byakuya. Although he would use Byakuya in the future, for now, he truly wanted what was best for Byakuya and sought to earn his trust by helping him. It was clearly a well-intentioned gesture. "I'm doing this for your own good." As Black Zetsu spoke, he felt this didn't quite fit his own character. "Byakuya, it seems you won't understand the harsh reality until you witness Danzo's conspiracy against you with your own eyes," Black Zetsu continued after a pause. With that said, Black Zetsu stepped forward, attempting to grab Byakuya's hand to perform the mayfly technique. Byakuya used the body flicker technique to distance himself from Black Zetsu, his expression alert. "What are you trying to do? Where are you taking me? Or are you finally revealing your murderous intent?" "I just want to take you to find Danzo and see his true face," Black Zetsu replied emotionlessly. "Why should I trust you?" Byakuya remained cautious, but his hesitant gaze betrayed him. After a few seconds of silence, Byakuya took the initiative to use the paper clone technique. He commanded one of his clones to follow Black Zetsu and said, "I'll see for myself what this Danzo you speak of is really like." Seeing Byakuya agree to his request, Black Zetsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "First, write a letter to Danzo. We'll follow the letter to find him together and then you can see Danzo's true face." Byakuya nodded, spending a few minutes writing the letter and summoning a ninja hawk. As they watched the ninja hawk fly over the horizon, Black Zetsu emerged from underground again, looking somewhat resigned as he gazed at Byakuya. "Now you can come with me to see Danzo." After a bit of a struggle, Byakuya allowed his paper clone to follow Black Zetsu. Without further ado, Black Zetsu had Byakuya emerge from the underground and merge with Byakuya's clone, taking the paper clone with him underground. During the journey to Danzo's hideout, Byakuya once again felt the power of the mayfly technique. Although he also mastered the mayfly technique, he couldn't match Black Zetsu's speed. If a typical elite ninja's full speed run was likened to a train, Black Zetsu's mayfly technique was almost like a high-speed train. Unless encountering solid rock layers, there would be no obstacles at all. Even Obito and later Tobi, through countless instances of the mayfly technique, collected intelligence from various parts of the shinobi world. Without this, the shinobi world is so vast that relying solely on a few defectors within the Akatsuki wouldn't gather intelligence on the Jinchuriki, let alone capture them. After half an hour, the ninja hawk reached the root base. Byakuya and Black Zetsu also arrived at this base. Upon seeing that the base was located within the borders of the Land of Rain, Byakuya frowned and said, "I didn't expect the assistant to the Hokage to set up the base here without notifying me." Hearing this, Black Zetsu smiled inwardly. It was unclear whether he was laughing at Byakuya's innocence or pondering Danzo's foolishness. After obtaining the intelligence scroll from the ninja hawk, the root ninja quickly delivered it to a secret chamber deep within the base. Byakuya and Black Zetsu followed. Upon learning that Byakuya had sent the intelligence scroll, Danzo stroked his chin and smiled. He immediately sent for Ryoma Aburame to join him in reviewing the letter. Soon, Danzo and Ryoma were together, analyzing Byakuya's letter. Due to the cramped space in the chamber, both Byakuya and Black Zetsu could hear their discussion. Listening to Danzo and Ryoma earnestly analyzing and contemplating their response, Byakuya glanced at Black Zetsu beside him and said, "Danzo-senpai didn't mean any harm to me. You're just overthinking it." Black Zetsu remained calm internally and replied to Byakuya, "Keep watching. They haven't exposed their true intentions yet." Byakuya said no more and focused on observing Danzo and Ryoma's interaction. He used to be the one live-streamed, and now he finally got to watch someone else's reality show. At first, it was the secret interactions between the leaders and high-ranking members of the root organization. "Ryoma, you should pay attention. Byakuya is so sensible. If he weren't a member of the Akatsuki, I would have considered recruiting him to become an elite member of Root." However, the next moment, Byakuya began to question his life choices. It was good that Danzo approved of his letter, indicating that he had gained Danzo's favor and could expect more assistance in the future. But why praise? His actions had actually gained Danzo's approval. This made Byakuya somewhat scared. However, He soon realized that Danzo had fallen into his trap and was actually beginning to seriously consider Akatsuki's direction for the coup, preparing for the future to seize the position of Hokage. But people are different, and his hope of becoming the leader of the Akatsuki is very great. Danzo, on the other hand, is different. Judging from Danzo's behavior and personality, the probability of becoming Hokage is infinitely close to zero. Unless the current Hokage dies violently, even if Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya dies, it will still not be Danzo's turn. In the end, Danzo and Ryoma began to discuss how to deal with Byakuya. Lord Danzo, what should we do next? Let Byakuya assassinate Hanzo's messenger, but this way, he will be exposed. Isn't it our plan to stir up conflict between the Akatsuki organization and the Amage Cure? Hearing this, Black Zetsu also said in a faint tone. Byakuya, do you know Danzo's purpose now? He is using you, and when you lose your usefulness, he will give up on you without hesitation. Chapter 65, Black Zetsu's Dream. Hearing that Danzo and Ryoma Aburame wanted him to assassinate Hanzo's envoy, Byakuya felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He staggered back 2 steps before he managed to regain his composure. Byakuya couldn't believe it. The Konoha elder he trusted so much would actually use him. Or rather, he was prepared to be used, but he didn't expect Danzo to be so impatient. Asking him to assassinate Hanzo's envoy was no different from sending him to his death in the Land of Rain. Was there no trustworthy ninja in the ninja world? With these thoughts in his mind, Byakuya's face showed a mix of disbelief, betrayal, and unforgivable anger, which eventually turned into a deep sigh as he began his performance. I don't believe this is true. This must be something you're doing on purpose to show me. Black Zetsu glanced at Byakuya and mocked, with your abilities, you should know this isn't a genjutsu. I don't have the power to manipulate Konoha ninjas to put on this play. Hearing this, Byakuya's expression darkened. Before he began, I know it's true. I fought with Ryoma Aburame and I know they've been using me. It's just that I thought our cooperation would last a bit longer. I didn't expect them to want me dead. Don't they think they'll get more benefits by putting me in a leadership position? Black Zetsu said indifferently, you're too naive. Too naive to believe that Danzo would help you. Danzo doesn't trust anyone. For him, everyone is just a pawn to him. Byakuya remained silent. After hearing the conversation between Danzo and Ryoma, White Zetsu brought him back to the Akatsuki base. It all felt like a dream. He dispelled the paper clone and absorbed its memories. Compared to the clone, Byakuya's real self was much more resolute. He said coldly, I know about Danzo's plans. He's using me and wants to send me to my death to provoke a conflict between Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain Village. And what about you? I still don't know your identity. You are so eager to reveal yourself to me, speaking ill of Danzo and exposing his schemes. What's your goal? Facing Byakuya's questioning, Black Zetsu replied expressionlessly. I'm here to cooperate with you. Unlike Danzo, at this stage, you don't have the qualifications to be used by me. When you become the leader of Akatsuki and have strength comparable to the 5 Kage, I'll make you work for me. Strength comparable to the 5 Kage, huh? Sounds like a high-end plan you've got there. Pausing for a moment, Byakuya continued, but I've just experienced a betrayal. If you don't clearly explain the content of our cooperation, our partnership ends here. After saying this, Byakuya looked at Black Zetsu with anticipation, wondering if he would reveal the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu also pondered whether to disclose the Eye of the Moon plan. But after a moment of thought, Black Zetsu decided against it. After all, there weren't many ninjas in the world who could accept the Eye of the Moon plan. For a ninja like Byakuya, who still had memories for the ninja world and aspired to climb higher, another story would be more appealing. My goal is to rule the world. This world has been divided for too long. It needs to be unified. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Byakuya was stunned. You're planning to collect chakra for the Eye of the Moon plan and ultimately release Kagaya Otsutsuki, right? When did that suddenly turn into ruling the world? Seeing Byakuya's stunned expression, Black Zetsu continued, in the world I envision, there will be no war or conflict. Even Uzumaki ninjas will have a place. Before Black Zetsu could finish, Byakuya interrupted. I'm not like Yahiko and those people. I'm not interested in peace and mutual trust. I only want to rebuild the land of whirlpools and make the Uzumaki clan's name resound throughout the ninja world. And don't talk to me about peace. Those are just excuses to fool people. Now it was Black Zetsu's turn to be bewildered. Aren't all ninjas in the ninja world yearning for world peace? How could there be an anomaly like Byakuya who doesn't even agree with the noble idea of saving humanity? But on further thought, Byakuya was willing to cooperate with Danzo, which meant his moral standards were questionable. However, this also indicated that Byakuya indeed had the ambition to rebuild the land of whirlpools. As long as he had ambition, Black Zetsu could use it to make Byakuya one of the executors of the Eye of the Moon plan. With this in mind, Black Zetsu looked at Byakuya and slowly extended his hand. I promise. As long as our cooperation continues, the name of the Uzumaki clan will definitely resound throughout the ninja world. Byakuya hesitated for a long time before finally extending his hand before they shook hands. After completing the rudimentary alliance ceremony, Byakuya immediately began asking questions. What's your name, sir? Where is our plan? What should we do next? Are there other members besides me? What about our funding sources and member benefits? Faced with a barrage of questions, Black Zetsu's mind momentarily went blank. In the past 1,000 years, he had recruited many reincarnations of Indra, but none had ever asked him such questions. As for funding and member benefits, he had nothing to offer. Seeing Black Zetsu unable to answer his questions, Byakuya frowned. Our organization only has the two of us, right? You think two people can rule the world? Is it your problem or mine? After a long silence, during which his mind raced, Black Zetsu finally responded. My name is Black Zetsu. Our organization has two other members besides us, but their identities are currently confidential. For members? That's not much different from the two, Byakuya said. Byakuya gave a skeptical look before calling Black Zetsu with respect. Lord Black Zetsu, if there are only 4 members, I must decline to join this organization. Ruling the world is a difficult and lengthy plan. He used Lord so charm the Black Goo relic. After all, he would be going to be a better sponsor than Danzo. We need to establish a sufficiently large nation, with a population of hundreds of millions and an army of hundreds of thousands, to achieve the goal of world domination. And to accomplish this, we must proceed step by step, with at least decades of preparation. First, we must take control of the Akatsuki, dominate the Land of Rain, and then gradually consume Konoha and the surrounding ninja villages. And finally use military strategy to conquer the 5 great nations and rule the world. Byakuya's confident statements left Black Zetsu stunned and deep in thought. The plans and preparations Byakuya mentioned were things Black Zetsu had never considered. For 1,000 years, his greatest effort to revive his mother was to manipulate Madara Uchiha. He had Madara execute the Eye of the Moon plan on his behalf, with the ultimate goal of resurrecting his mother. If he had formulated a plan like Byakuya's and executed it step by step, his mother might have been freed from her seal long ago. It was his own foolishness and incompetence that delayed his mother's resurrection. Chapter 66, Turning the Tables. The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more he realized that Byakuya's plan was more feasible. For a long time, he had relied on the conflict between Indra and Asura, using it to manipulate Indra's reincarnations to execute the Moon's Eye plan. However, for various reasons, his attempts to manipulate Indra's reincarnations have always failed. Indra's reincarnations would either be defeated by Asura's reincarnations allied with their companions or be directly overwhelmed by Asura's reincarnations' indisputable strength. Each time, Indra's reincarnations would lose to Asura's reincarnations. Since manipulating Indra's reincarnations was destined to fail, was there a possibility that he could use Asura's reincarnations instead of limiting himself to Indra's reincarnations? After all, Asura's reincarnations always won. However, Now that Indra's reincarnation Uchiha Madara is still alive, it is impossible for the two of them to reincarnate. In the short term, Black Zetsu couldn't manipulate Azura's descendants. He might as well continue using Byakuya, employing a method similar to Azura's, instead of spending decades trying. This way, the plan to revive the Ten Tails and save his mother would have two approaches. Whether the Moon's Eye plan or the world domination plan succeeded, his mother could be revived. With this realization, Black Zetsu looked at Byakuya with a growing sense of approval. I do have a plan for world domination, but you don't need to know it yet. When you become the leader of the Akatsuki, I will naturally tell you the next steps. As for benefits, Black Zetsu thought for a moment and then said, one of your Umbu is actually my clone. He possesses the ability to use with release. You can call him Shiro. Is that the only benefit? Byakuya showed a disappointed expression, clearly dissatisfied. Shiro was already under his command, and now he was just transferring control temporarily. How was this different from before? Seeing that he had nothing else to offer, Black Zetsu paused before saying, with your current contributions, this is all you can get. When you become the leader of the Akatsuki, I will reward you with more benefits. Byakuya sneered inwardly at Black Zetsu's empty promises. It wasn't that he didn't believe Black Zetsu, it was just that he used the same tactic with his subordinates. Promises of benefits might be made, but whether they would be delivered or how they would be distributed was another matter. At this point, Byakuya seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Lord Black Zetsu, how will we contact each other in the future? Just inform Shiro. If there's something urgent, I will find you myself. What if someone else discovers you? Yahiko and the others will be suspicious. Our plan might fall into jeopardy. Byakuya showed a worried expression, as if genuinely concerned that exposure would affect his path to becoming the leader of the Akatsuki. Black Zetsu waved his hand dismissively, then you tell me, what should we do to ensure Yahiko doesn't suspect you? Byakuya nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, why not join my Umbu, Lord Black Zetsu? Once registered, you'll be a member of the Akatsuki. It's perfectly normal for members of the Akatsuki to meet each other. Suit yourself, but don't forget our plan. As for whether to join the Akatsuki, Black Zetsu naturally didn't care. Even if he joined the Akatsuki, it didn't mean he was a member of the Akatsuki. Over the millennia, even Black Zetsu himself had no idea how many organizations he had joined to manipulate Indra's reincarnations. Just as Black Zetsu was about to leave, Byakuya continued to ask, Lord Black Zetsu, what should I do in response to the betrayal by Danzo? Should I turn the tables on him, or wait for an opportunity to eliminate him? Upon hearing Byakuya's question, Black Zetsu seemed to have stung by a hornet. He really didn't know how to answer Byakuya. If he answered incorrectly, wouldn't it expose the fact that he was incompetent? If that were the case, he would lose all authority. Thinking about this, Black Zetsu directly used the mayfly technique to burrow deep into the ground and escape. Shortly after Black Zetsu left, a mysterious smile appeared on Byakuya's face because he heard a familiar electronic sound. It was a reward from the system. Black Zetsu has joined the Akatsuki. You have been rewarded with Transformation Technique, Spore Technique, Wood Release Basics, Inyang Release Basics. Looking at the system panel filled with various rewards, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Byakuya's mouth. The system rewards were so rich that it was not in vain for him to accompany Black Zetsu in this act. Whether Danzo was using him to provoke conflict between Amigakure and the Akatsuki, whether Black Zetsu was the next Danzo, or whether the plan for world domination was a deception, none of these mattered to Byakuya. As long as Black Zetsu was willing to join the Akatsuki, that was enough. After putting away his arrogant smile, Byakuya began to count the benefits he had gained this time. The transformation technique was White Zetsu's ability, allowing him to mimic the appearance and even chakra fluctuations of others. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan and Byakugan would find it difficult to see through, making it a powerful transformation technique. Similarly, the Spore technique was also native to White Zetsu, allowing him to attach clones to others. As for the basics of wood release and yin-yang release, they were exactly as described. They provided Byakuya with basic versions of these abilities. Wood release came from black Zetsu, while yin-yang release came from white Zetsu. After confirming the receipt of the rewards, Byakuya immediately felt the transformation effects of wood release and yin-yang release on his body, making his physical qualities stronger than before. As for how strong these rewards were specifically, he would need to find a place without anyone around to test them. After leaving the Akatsuki's base, Black Zetsu returned to the underground space where Madara was. Hiding within the torso of the Gedo statue, Black Zetsu did not intervene in the interaction between Indra's reincarnation and Obito this time. Instead, he quietly observed them, having recruited White Zetsu as a pawn and developed new strategies. Indra's reincarnation was no longer the only piece he could use. Indra's attitude towards Black Zetsu also annoyed him somewhat. He was not Indra's will, but the noble son of Kaguya Akatsuki. However, he wouldn't show his displeasure, just a bit of sentimentality. At this moment, Madara also noticed Black Zetsu. After dismissing Obito, he walked over and asked, "How are things with Nagato and the Akatsuki?" Black Zetsu calmly replied, "Same as before." Although Nagato and others seemed to have caught the attention of the so-called Demigod of the Land of Rain. Demigod of the Land of Rain, you mean that kid Hanzo of the Salamander? He's not a match for Nagato, so there's no need to pay much attention. Having lurked underground for these years, Madara had also heard of Hanzo's reputation. But in Madara's eyes, the title of demigod was just an empty name. Hanzo was no match for Hashirama Senju. "Yes, Lord Madara," Black Zetsu nodded. At this point, Madara seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, how are things in Kirigakure?" "Obito has almost finished his training. It's time for him to undergo a metamorphosis. Everything is prepared in Kirigakure, ready for your plan at any time." "Good to hear. I'm also looking forward to seeing what kind of Mangekyo Sharingan ability Obito will awaken. Let's see if he's qualified to inherit my name." Chapter 67, Byakuya's Panel Power. After finding a deserted area, Byakuya set up a barrier to block any detection. Once he confirmed that there were no white Zetsu around, he began to practice the system rewards he had just received. Imitating Yahiko's chakra fluctuations, Byakuya performed the disguise technique. Byakuya gradually transformed into Yahiko, not only mimicking his height and appearance but also perfectly matching his chakra fluctuations. Byakuya suspected that even if Konan were standing right in front of him, she wouldn't be able to tell it was a disguise. This was the charm of the White Zetsu version of the transformation technique. As for Nagato, that was a different story. The Rinnegan was too powerful to compete with. After reverting to his original form, Byakuya began practicing the spore technique. After forming seals with his hands, he compressed paper clones to the size of mung beans and hid them in the surrounding forest, making them extremely hard to detect. Byakuya tried to sense them himself and nodded in satisfaction. Without exceptional sensory abilities or dojutsu, it would be difficult to detect the shadow clones hidden using the spore technique. Combined with the disguise technique and mayfly technique, the effect was excellent. Additionally, with White Zetsu's inherent would-release abilities, Byakuya wondered if the previous assessment of White Zetsu's strength was too low. Superb transformation techniques plus the mayfly technique and would-release bloodline, this undoubtedly amounted to Jonin-level strength. At least it was much stronger than a certain elite Jonin who only knew how to use vegetation. But then again, not all White Zetsu had this level of power. Among all White Zetsu, perhaps only Shiro had such strength, the others were just simple-minded dummies. Otherwise, the 100,000 White Zetsu army would have flattened the 5 great ninja villages many times over. Suppressing his desire to rant, Byakuya started practicing the third new ability, the legendary wood release, known for bringing peace to chaotic times. Speaking of wood release, Byakuya immediately thought of techniques like Top Transformed Buddha, Flower Tree World Descend, and Wood Dragon and Wood Human techniques. These techniques shared a notable characteristic: they were immensely powerful and didn't require hand seals. Only a hand sign to perform in game is on. Byakuya tried it out, shouting at the air in front of him. Would release, top transformed Buddha technique. Would release, flower tree world descend. Would release, wood dragon technique. Hearing the echoes in the air, Byakuya felt a bit embarrassed before he began to honestly perform a few simple would release techniques that appeared in his mind. Techniques like the 4 pillars house technique and cutting technique. These techniques were successfully performed. Byakuya managed to create a small wooden house with 3 rooms and a living room in the clearing, and a flower tree world descend technique covering the area of a basketball court. The cutting technique also accurately hit the prey trying to escape in the forest. Cleaning up the traces left by the wood release, Byakuya started a fire to cook, feeling a sense of wonder. The basics of wood release are indeed just basics. Besides a few fundamental wood release techniques, he couldn't use any advanced wood release techniques at all. Of course, this was also because he hadn't mastered Sage Mode. After all, what is truly powerful isn't wood release itself, but Hashirama Senju. Azura's reincarnation combined with Sage Mode trained to its peak earned him the title of the God of Shinobi. With such a skill set and abilities, he could use fire release to incinerate mountains and boil seas. After being underwhelmed by the basics of wood release, Byakuya didn't have high hopes for the basics of yin-yang release either. It was just as he expected. The basics of yin-yang release he received were only enough for him to create black rods. These black rods were quite handy, even at the final stage, they remained a valuable ability. However, just like wood release, they couldn't be used openly. Although Nagato could also create black rods, it wouldn't make sense for Byakuya to use them more frequently than Nagato. After skinning and bleeding the captured prey, he sprinkled barbecue seasoning on them. As the food was cooking, Byakuya, who hadn't done so in a long time, opened the system panel to see how much his strength had improved. Name, Byakuya. Age, 13. Current affiliated organization, Akatsuki. Chakra nature, water, earth, wind, yang, yin. Ninjutsu, 3 basic techniques, basic kunai throwing technique, wind release techniques, water release techniques, paper release, intermediate, transformation technique, spore technique, mayfly technique. Kekkei Genkai, basic wood release, basic yin-yang release. Bloodline, Uzumaki bloodline. Personal evaluation, newly entered Kaguya level. Can easily crush most ninjas, but stands little chance of escaping when facing true powerhouses. Glancing at the system panel, Byakuya's gaze fell on his personal evaluation. From being an ordinary chunin before obtaining the system to now being at the threshold of Kaguya level within less than a year, he had made significant progress. But did he really have Kaguya level strength? Byakuya doubted it. Most of his abilities were defensive with hardly any offensive techniques, yet he was still rated as a Kaguya level strongman. Since when did Kaguya level become so cheap in the ninja world? At the very least, one should be able to last a few rounds against Hashirama or Madara Uchiha to be considered a Kaguya level powerhouse. However, the last few lines of the system's evaluation were quite accurate. In the face of true powerhouses, he had very little chance of even escaping. This was the harsh reality of the ninja world. He couldn't afford to relax for a moment and had to be extremely cautious. After all, as his strength increased, he encountered more powerful individuals, such as Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi world, the elderly Madara Uchiha, and the recently departed Black Zetsu. Munching on a skewer of grilled meat, with his face shining from the grease, he still had plenty left over. Not wanting to waste any, Byakuya packed up the remaining grilled meat and headed back to the Akatsuki base. As soon as he returned to the base, he ran into Akane. And, again, Akane is Karen's mother. I changed her name from Karen to Akane. Akane looked Byakuya up and down, then said anxiously, Lord Byakuya, where did you go? The envoy sent by Hanzo has already left. I went to eat. Byakuya took out the grilled meat and, while sharing it with Akane, said, This grilled meat is really good. You should try it, but don't eat too much. I want Yahiko and the others to have some too. Akane took the grilled meat and asked, Lord Byakuya, aren't you concerned about the envoy's visit? That's an envoy from Hanzo, a legendary figure whose strength surpasses the 5 Kage. His strength surpasses the 5 Kage? That's just the 5 Kage being humble. Heck, even the current Hokage could humble the so-called demigod of Amigakure. Suppressing a sarcastic remark, Byakuya said to Akane, whether or not Hanzo's envoy visits has nothing to do with us. That salamander who hides in his lair all the time is no longer the demigod of the ninja world. Pausing, Byakuya seemed to think of something and added, however, if Hanzo is willing to cooperate sincerely, the Akatsuki can consider it. Hearing Byakuya's words, Akane's face stiffened slightly. When did Lord Byakuya become so bold as to dismiss even the demigod Hanzo? But considering Lord Byakuya's age and strength, he indeed had the right to be proud. Chapter 68, Danzo is a good person. In front of Akane, Byakuya displayed complete disdain for Hanzo the salamander and Amigakure. After arriving at the Akatsuki office, Byakuya immediately put on a concerned expression, looking gravely at Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Leader Yahiko, Konan-senpai, and Nagato-senpai, has Hanzo's envoy left? Hearing Byakuya call him leader first time in a while, Yahiko felt something was off but nodded nonetheless. He just left a short while ago. It's a pity you left early. I wanted you to meet him since you're now considered a high-ranking member of the organization. Meeting isn't necessary. Ninjas meeting each other can easily leak information. Byakuya shook his head, then said seriously. But after meeting Hanzo's envoy, you must have realized Amigakure's ambitions, right? Are they planning to annex Akatsuki directly or order us to disband immediately? Did they set a deadline? If we don't make a decision within a month, they'll send troops to eliminate Akatsuki, ridding the land of Rain of a great threat. Hearing these words, Nagato's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but shook his head. Byakuya, since when did we become a threat to the land of Rain? Didn't you say before that Akatsuki is the future of the land of Rain? That's from Amigakure's perspective. Byakuya paused briefly before continuing. From Amigakure's viewpoint, our recent actions are undermining their authority. If they don't stop us, the land of Rain will be under our control. You're right. Yahiko nodded, showing a helpless expression. But Hanzo's envoy came without any hostility. He represented Lord Hanzo in expressing sympathy for Akatsuki and proposed a collaboration, integrating Akatsuki into Amigakure's system. I don't think that's a bad thing. Lord Hanzo needs us, and we need a legitimate status. The envoy even hinted that Lord Hanzo wants to cultivate us. At this point, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all looked at Byakuya. They couldn't understand why Byakuya was so hostile towards Amigakure, especially since Amigakure had shown no hostility towards them so far. Akatsuki was an organization born in the Land of Rain and had no animosity towards Amigakure. Of course, it's because I know the storyline. Byakuya also knew that Akatsuki's rise would inevitably threaten Amigakure's interests. An organization that was mutually supportive and had enormous popular support would undoubtedly alarm both the nobility and the ninja village. Byakuya thought to explain, but he quickly abandoned the idea. No amount of explanations or warnings could be as impactful as a lesson learned through experience. Akatsuki had grown to a scale that could challenge Amigakure, and it was time for a trial by fire. With this thought, Byakuya took a deep breath and said to Yahiko, Leader Yahiko, perhaps I was overthinking it. Akatsuki and Amigakure may not have been enemies from the start. I might have hindered our diplomacy. I will find a way to promote peace between Akatsuki and Amigakure. That is the future Akatsuki needs. With that, Byakuya turned and left the office, leaving a lonely figure behind. Watching Byakuya's despondent figure, Konan and Nagato couldn't help but say, Yahiko, were we too harsh? Byakuya has never been so disappointed. Maybe we should be more cautious. We weren't on guard at all with Hanzo's envoy this time. Yahiko sighed lightly and then spread his hands, saying, perhaps. But we can't forsake communication with Amigakure just because they might be hostile. I believe Lord Hanzo harbors goodwill towards Akatsuki. Otherwise, he would have taken action when we were weaker, not waiting until now. Yahiko's eyes grew more resolute as he spoke. Inspired by Yahiko's determination, Nagato and Konan also became more resolute. Yes, they couldn't give up on diplomacy with Amigakure out of fear that they might attack Akatsuki. If Akatsuki wanted to continue growing, Amigakure and Hanzo the salamander were insurmountable obstacles. To overcome this mountain, they had to either wage war or engage in peaceful dialogue. Meanwhile, back in his room, Byakuya began to ponder how to set a challenge for Yahiko and Akatsuki. First, the challenge couldn't be too difficult or beyond what Akatsuki could handle. If Akatsuki got into trouble, it would be easy for him to escape, but making a lot of money again would be hard. Secondly, the challenge couldn't be too simple. If Yahiko solved it easily, he would become complacent and start dreaming of negotiating with everyone. Negotiating wasn't impossible, but Akatsuki didn't yet have the strength to overturn the table. When Hashirama Senju negotiated with the other four Kage, what was the context? Konoha had overwhelming power over the other four great ninja villages. Even without using Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Tobirama alone was enough to give them run for their money. After hours of pondering alone, Byakuya still hadn't come up with a good solution. All the ideas that flashed through his mind were too extreme. The current Akatsuki couldn't withstand such challenges, and even he might face enormous risks. For example, exposing Nagato's Rinnegan and spreading the rumor that the one who possesses the Rinnegan will rule the world. This would undoubtedly focus the five great ninja villages' attention on Akatsuki, putting Akatsuki in crisis. But it wouldn't just be Akatsuki, Amigakure itself could be torn apart. Rubbing his temples to clear his mind, Byakuya decided to seek collective wisdom. Inviting Akane and his network of spies for discussion was out of the question, but inviting Black Zetsu and White Zetsu for a discussion was feasible. These two would never leak information as they were very tight-lipped. Just as Byakuya was about to find White Zetsu to notify Black Zetsu for a brainstorming session on designing a test for Akatsuki, he received a message from Danzo. Before long, Byakuya arrived at a familiar cliff and saw the familiar ninja eagle. Opening the familiar letter, he saw Danzo's familiar handwriting. After reading its contents, a smile gradually appeared on Byakuya's face. Danzo was indeed a good source of ideas. Just when he was worried about how to create a test for Akatsuki, Danzo came to him. On the surface, the message was requesting information about Amigakure, but in reality, Danzo likely intended to create a test for Akatsuki, giving it a chance for rebirth. In the original storyline, Danzo was such a kind person. He was willing to sacrifice nearly the entire root organization to bring about the birth of pain, the symbol of suffering, allowing Akatsuki to undergo a magnificent transformation, pushing it closer to becoming the ultimate threat in the ninja world. Thinking of this, Byakuya sighed lightly. When he eventually had the chance to meet Danzo in person, he would make sure to thank him sincerely by spanking his ass, appreciating Danzo's great virtues, and finally giving him a dignified end. Chapter 69, The Death of the Emissary. Under the farewell of Akatsuki members, the one-eyed Jonin emissary from Amigakure left the Akatsuki base. After walking a few kilometers along the road and confirming that no Akatsuki ninja were following him, the smile on the one-eyed Jonin's face gradually disappeared, replaced by worries about Amigakure's future. As Hanzo's emissary, he had fulfilled his duty well. Not only had he delivered Hanzo's personal letter to Akatsuki, but he had also completed an investigation of Akatsuki's leadership and base. The results of the investigation were almost identical to the intelligence Hanzo had received. Except for a few members, most of the Akatsuki members believed in Yahiko's philosophy of peace, which advocated mutual understanding among people to create a world without war. The one-eyed Jonin was not very interested in this philosophy. But if Akatsuki, under Yahiko's leadership, could truly implement this philosophy strictly, the time for peace to arrive wouldn't be far off. However, in this visit and investigation of Akatsuki, the one-eyed Jonin's greatest concern was precisely this philosophy. In his view, neither the hawkish Byakuya nor the dozens or hundreds of Akatsuki ninjas were as terrifying as Yahiko's philosophy. The reason was simple. Even if all the Akatsuki members combined were no match for Hanzo, once Yahiko's philosophy and Akatsuki's deeds spread, they would undoubtedly resonate with the people of the Land of Rain. Even the ninjas within Amigakure would waver and join Akatsuki to realize their desire for peace. Hanzo had noticed this as well. However, Hanzo chose to subdue Akatsuki, intending to incorporate them into Amigakure's system. But this approach was not without its risks. Given Akatsuki's current ability to inspire, if Akatsuki were truly integrated into Amigakure, within 3 years, Amigakure instead would become a subordinate organization of Akatsuki. By then, the Land of Rain might be peaceful, but what about the old guards who had followed Hanzo for over a decade? Having dedicated their youth to the Land of Rain, they had only achieved the rank of Jonin and gained some assets within the country. There was no way they could stand by and watch Akatsuki rise and seize their interests. Thinking of this, the one-eyed Jonin turned to look in the direction of the Akatsuki base, his eyes full of malice, as if looking at dead men. Once he returned, he would immediately report Akatsuki's ambitious intentions to Hanzo and, along with other Jonin, propose the destruction of Akatsuki. As long as Hanzo is willing to attack Akatsuki, everything in Amigakure will improve. The one-eyed Jonin secretly kept an eye on the Akatsuki base while Ryoma Aburame, leading a squad from Root, was following the Jonin. He had received orders from Danzo to kill the one-eyed Jonin on the eve of his return to Amigakure. The plan was to kill him with explosive tags and frame Akatsuki's Byakuya for it. Ryoma was no stranger to framing missions like this, but assassinating the subordinate of the demigod Hanzo within his territory still made him uneasy. What if Hanzo saw through their plot? Wouldn't Danzo be making another enemy for Konoha? Despite his silent complaints, Ryoma dutifully carried out his mission. However, when he saw the one-eyed Jonin looking at the Akatsuki base with a malicious gaze, Ryoma became suspicious. Could it be that this emissary sent by Hanzo also harbored ill intentions toward Akatsuki? If he took the opportunity to invite the Jonin to cooperate, wouldn't the chances of success be high? It would be a credit to him if it worked. Soon, Ryoma dismissed this absurd idea. He decided it was best not to act independently of Danzo's plan. En route, except for Orochimaru, no one dared to defy Danzo's orders, not even his right-hand man, Ryoma. After tracking for most of the day, the Root squad reached the last town outside Amigakure. Not long after leaving the town, the one-eyed Jonin slowly stopped, drawing the short sword from his waist and staring intensely at the forest behind him. "You followed me long enough. It's time to show yourselves," he shouted. "If you don't act now, once I'm back in the village, you'll have to face Lord Hanzo. He will ensure you die a very painful death." As he finished speaking, the one-eyed Jonin attacked first. With rapid hand signs, various water-release jutsus poured out, increasing in power due to the rainy environment of the Land of Rain. However, his goal was not to defeat the Root squad but to buy enough time. He had sensed the ninja trailing him hours ago and had been delaying until he was close enough to the village to retaliate. Alone, he might not be able to win, but if he could catch Hanzo's attention. Facing the Jonin's water-release attacks, Ryoma's expression changed repeatedly. With his strength, defeating the Jonin one-on-one wouldn't be difficult. But this time, he couldn't expose himself as a Konoha ninja and could only use basic jutsu and taijutsu. In this self-restricted state, even with his subordinates' help, they couldn't subdue the Jonin. If nearby patrolling rain ninja spotted them, they'd have to retreat. At that moment, a strong wind arose in the distance. The wind lifted the water from the ground, breaking the Jonin's water-release defense. A young man then emerged from the forest, swiftly approached the Jonin, and attached dozens of explosive tags. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, the one-eyed Jonin lay on the ground, covered in blood. Ryoma hesitated as he looked at the boy in front of him. "Are you Byakuya?" he asked. The boy shook his head, then dispelled the transformation jutsu, revealing himself. "It's me, you worthless bunch. If I hadn't stepped in, your plan would have failed. Lord Danzo, I failed my mission." Please punish me, Ryoma said with a sigh of relief upon seeing Danzo. He had no desire to face Byakuya again. Their previous encounter had left an indelible nightmare in his mind. If he truly had to face Byakuya again, he might not even have the courage to strike. Danzo snorted and decided to let it slide for now. We'll deal with your failure after this mission is over. For now, dispose of the body and then join me in waiting for the chaos to unfold in the Land of Rain. Hearing this, Ryoma knew he wouldn't be punished and quickly nodded. Yes, Lord Danzo. Chapter 70, Accountability from Hanzo. A few minutes later, the patrolling rain ninja found the one-eyed Jonin lying in a pool of blood. After confirming the one-eyed Jonin's identity, the patrolling rain ninja exchanged glances, guarded the scene, and sent someone back to Amigakure to report the information to the higher-ups. Not long after, Hanzo the salamander, upon receiving the news, arrived at the scene in the heavy rain. With Hanzo's arrival, the atmosphere at the scene became tense, and all the Amigakure ninjas grew anxious. They worried that Hanzo would lose his temper and vent his anger upon seeing the one-eyed Jonin's corpse. To everyone's surprise, Hanzo was unusually calm. After listening to the witnesses and the on-site investigation report, he said calmly, "Hand the body over to the medical team. I need a more precise death report." Faced with Hanzo's wisdom and composure, the rain ninja present couldn't help but feel admiration. As expected of Lord Hanzo, even with the death of a valued subordinate, he remained able to think clearly. After returning to Amigakure, Hanzo locked himself in his office, his face as dark as water. He couldn't imagine, nor was he willing to believe, that someone dared to attack his envoy in the Land of Rain, and only a few kilometers away from Amigakure. For him, it wasn't just about the loss of a Jonin. It was about disregarding his demigod dignity, trampling his face into the ground mercilessly. If he found out who attacked his envoy, he would ensure that they paid a terrible price, proving that his title of demigod was earned through battle, not mere words. Seemingly wanting to vent his anger, Hanzo began sweeping across his desk like a cleaning master. Hearing the sounds of smashing inside the office, the gathered Jonin at the door exchanged nervous glances, not daring to push the door open. Lord Hanzo's wrath was not something anyone could endure. A few minutes later, Hanzo's voice came from the office, "Stop standing outside and come in." Upon hearing this, the Amigakure Jonin finally dared to enter the office. The Jonin responsible for the autopsy spoke cautiously, "Lord Hanzo, the examination report on the body is ready." Hanzo nodded, indicating for the Jonin to continue. The Jonin dared not delay and quickly said, "Based on the marks left on the body, we speculate that the killer used explosive tags to blow up the envoy. However, we detected wind nature chakra at the scene." Explosive tags and wind-style ninjutsu? Could it be Sunagakure? After hearing the autopsy report, Hanzo's suspicions fell on Sunagakure. Explosive tags and wind-style ninjutsu were characteristic of Sunagakure. He had also faced Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure several times, making them arch-enemies. But Sunagakure had just signed a peace agreement with Konoha and was dealing with an invasion from Kirigakure. They didn't have the capability to send ninjas to the Land of Rain, let alone kill the envoy right under his nose. Could it be ninjas from other villages, maybe Iwagakure, Kusagakure, or the ever-restless Kumogakure? These villages had no interests aligned with Amigakure. After ruling out the possibility of foreign ninjas one by one, Hanzo asked the Amigakure Jonin, "Is there anyone in the Land of Rain who is an expert in using explosive tags?" The Amigakure Jonin hesitated, cautiously glancing at Hanzo the salamander, clearly implying something. The strongest and most skilled ninja in using explosive tags in the Land of Rain was Hanzo the salamander himself, who could even use explosive tag formations. Hanzo's face slightly changed, his gaze becoming dangerous. The Amigakure Jonin swallowed hard and quickly said, "Lord Hanzo, besides you, the best at using explosive tags in the Land of Rain are Konan and Byakuya of the Akatsuki. They both mastered paper release techniques and have the strength to kill a Jonin." Before the Jonin could finish, Hanzo's face darkened. Indeed, he had always overlooked the Akatsuki. This organization, established right under his nose, had the capability to kill a jonin. But what puzzled him was, if it was really the Akatsuki, why would they kill the envoy? His dispatching the envoy was an act of goodwill, and their cooperation was mutually beneficial. In his view, the Akatsuki had no motive to kill the envoy. But his subordinates, and the Akatsuki, had the means. Could it be that the Akatsuki deliberately killed the envoy to give him a warning? If so, he would have to seriously reconsider his relationship with the Akatsuki. As Hanzo pondered the identity of the killer, a ninja from the intelligence division walked into the office. Under Hanzo's gaze, the intelligence ninja didn't waste any time. He directly took out the device to extract the deceased's memory and played the last memory of the deceased for Hanzo. After watching the video, Hanzo fell into silence. This secret technique for extracting the deceased's brain memories was a product of his past cooperation with Danzo. The envoy's memory showed someone in a black cloud pattern uniform, clearly a ninja from the Akatsuki, but uniforms never told the whole story. The focus was on the young man in the picture. Although Hanzo had never met Byakuya, he felt that this person should be Byakuya, a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki. And Byakuya's specialty happened to be using explosive tags. After confirming Byakuya's identity from his subordinates, Hanzo pondered for a few seconds. All the evidence pointed to Byakuya, but the only question was, if Byakuya killed the envoy, why didn't he destroy the body? For an experienced ninja, destroying or taking the body would be far more valuable than leaving it behind. Byakuya must have thought of this. At this moment, a nearby Amigakure Jonin seemed to have an idea and added, "Lord Hanzo, I've heard that Byakuya is a hawk within the Akatsuki and is often at odds with other high-ranking members. Could it be that he acted on his own this time, trying to stop the Akatsuki from cooperating with us?" The Amigakure Jonin's reminder completed the last piece of Hanzo's puzzle. If the Akatsuki didn't intend to attack the envoy and it was Byakuya acting on his own, everything made sense. The cooperation between Amigakure and the Akatsuki threatened Byakuya's interests, so he acted on his own. Acting alone without notifying other high-ranking members or getting their help would explain why the killing of the envoy was so sloppy, even forgetting to destroy the body. After replaying the attack in his mind from Byakuya's perspective, Hanzo's expression turned uncertain. If the killing of the envoy was Byakuya acting on his own, then he only needed Yahiko and the others to hand over Byakuya, and the cooperation between the Akatsuki and Amigakure could continue. However, the previous terms would need to be revised slightly. With such a reckless individual in their organization, Yahiko and the others must bear the appropriate consequences. As for whether the Akatsuki would refuse to hand over Byakuya, Hanzo never considered it. Compared to Amigakure, the Akatsuki was as immature as a child. In the presence of adults, a disobedient child either obeys or gets a good beating. The Akatsuki had only two options: hand over the culprit or hand over the beaten-to-death culprit. Chapter 71, It's time for Akatsuki to change. 2 days later. Yahiko once again received emissaries from the Amigakure. Unlike the last time when they brought goodwill, this time the emissaries arrived with 2 squads, exuding strong hostility in their demeanor. After calling out Yahiko by name, the emissaries surveyed their surroundings before speaking coldly. "You are the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko. Lord Hanzo demands that you promptly hand over the murderer, Byakuya. If not, the next time, Lord Hanzo will come personally." "Hand over the murderer. Byakuya?" Yahiko was somewhat bewildered. He hadn't yet grasped the situation. When did Byakuya become a murderer? Furthermore, he himself didn't even know who the victim was. After pondering for a moment, Yahiko asked in confusion, "Is there some misunderstanding here, gentlemen?" The envoy squad exchanged glances and slammed down wanted posters and investigation reports in front of Yahiko, reminding him. "Just the day before yesterday, an envoy dispatched by Lord Hanzo to your Akatsuki was ambushed and killed on the way back to the village. The assailant was a ninja from your Akatsuki. Lord Kandachi is dead? On his way back to the Amigakure?" Taking the wanted poster, which prominently displayed Byakuya's image and charges. Yahiko frowned deeply and hurriedly replied, "Byakuya couldn't have done this. For these past few days, Byakuya has been at the base without stepping outside even once. He had neither the time nor the motive to attack your village's jonin." The envoy squad furrowed their brows, seeming unwilling to continue debating with Yahiko, and issued their final ultimatum. "All of this is Lord Hanzo's orders. We are only carrying them out. Lord Hanzo has given a deadline of just 1 day. If we don't see Byakuya by tomorrow, he will personally come to seek an explanation." With that said, the envoy squad turned and set up camp outside the base, clearly intent on achieving their objective no matter what. Seeing the envoy's firm attitude, though filled with doubts, Yahiko suppressed his concerns and returned to the base to conduct a comprehensive investigation. If it wasn't Byakuya, he would certainly reject this confidently. If it truly was Byakuya. Yahiko glanced towards the distant mountains and sighed softly. He seemed uncertain of what to do next. Upon returning to his office, he found that Nagato and Konan, along with other Akatsuki jonin, had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Yahiko enter the office with a solemn expression, the Akatsuki jonin felt a pang of anxiety. They knew that this time, Hanzo's emissaries had come with great force, but they were unsure of the exact details of what had occurred. "Yahiko, this visit from the Amigakure seems ominous. What exactly has happened?" Yahiko first scanned the office. Not seeing Byakuya present, he replied, "Has Byakuya not arrived yet? The Hanzo emissaries have come this time for Byakuya." "Related to Byakuya?" Nagato, Konan, and the others exchanged glances, taking the wanted poster from Yahiko's hand to finally understand what had transpired. But how did the last envoy from Hanzo end up dead so suddenly, with the blame pinned on Byakuya? While Byakuya's actions were often provocative, he couldn't possibly act so impulsively. He certainly wouldn't attack Hanzo's envoy. Facing his subordinates' questioning gazes, Yahiko produced an investigation report. According to this report from the Amigakure, the cause of death was internal organ rupture caused by explosive tags. Furthermore, evidence found in the victim's memories pointed directly to Byakuya as the culprit. Seeing this evidence, many Akatsuki jonin fell silent. On the day the envoy visited, Byakuya was the only jonin who had minimal contact with them. Moreover, Byakuya had always harbored strong hostility towards the Amigakure. Even before the Akatsuki fully formed, Byakuya had considered the Amigakure as a hypothetical enemy. If the last visit by Hanzo's envoy had provoked Byakuya's displeasure, Byakuya might actually have struck against the envoy of the Akatsuki, and Byakuya indeed possessed the capability to do so. Yahiko's expression also became complex. His thoughts were not much different from these jonin. Because he knew Byakuya well enough, Yahiko understood that Byakuya might really have targeted Hanzo's envoy. Coupled with evidence like explosive tags, his confidence was shaken. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the office, Konan stepped forward and declared loudly, "Byakuya could never be the murderer. From what I know of Byakuya, if he wanted to kill Hanzo's envoy, he wouldn't use explosive tags, let alone attack directly without even using transformation jutsu." Hearing this, the Akatsuki jonin nodded involuntarily. Konan's reasoning was sound. Byakuya's character dictated that any ninja he targeted would die mysteriously, possibly disguised as leaf or stone village shinobi, to incite conflict. Moreover, leaving the body intact after killing was not Byakuya's style. Byakuya spared no jutsu or explosive tags in his actions, ensuring there would be nothing left of his victims. At this point, Nagato and others couldn't help but speak up. "Yahiko, we believe Byakuya has been falsely accused. The real culprit must be someone else. As long as we can find the real culprit, we can clear Byakuya's name." Facing his subordinate statements, Yahiko remained expressionless, sighing helplessly within. In the past, Yahiko might have genuinely sought out the real murderer to prove Byakuya's innocence, reconciling everyone and working together for mutual benefit. But this time, Yahiko felt something amiss from the envoy's attitude. He believed that even if Byakuya was truly innocent, the Amigakure wouldn't give up pursuing justice. Their target wasn't Byakuya, but the Akatsuki itself. In such a scenario, it seemed the Akatsuki had only two choices. One was to hand over Byakuya, quelling the Amigakure's anger. The other was to refuse, which would mean preparing to confront the Amigakure. Honestly, Yahiko didn't want to choose either option. Byakuya was a senior member from the founding days of the Akatsuki and a like-minded companion on its path of development. It could be said that the Akatsuki wouldn't have reached its current state without Byakuya's help. If Byakuya were handed over, would his subordinates rebel? The organization's cohesion would dissipate. Handing over a senior member today would lead to handing over a leader tomorrow, completely betraying the organization's founding principles. If they chose to refuse, did the current Akatsuki have the strength to resist the Amigakure? This was Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod ranked equally with the five Kage. In a direct confrontation, the Akatsuki stood no chance. So, was there a third option? Yahiko sank into contemplation, and the office fell into an eerie silence as everyone weighed the pros and cons, hesitant to make a decision. At that moment, the tightly closed door of the office slowly opened. And the one who pushed open the door wasn't anyone else but Byakuya, who had been observing everyone quietly using his spore technique for some time. Since the arrival of Hanzo's emissaries, Byakuya had been aware that he was on the Amigakure's wanted list and falsely accused as the murderer of the envoy. Yawning, Byakuya lazily remarked, "What are we discussing in this meeting again? It's not another collaboration with the Amigakure, is it? I'm not interested in these matters. Next time, don't bother calling me." Byakuya's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Their gazes were filled with complexity. Just as Nagato and Konan were about to explain the situation, Yahiko raised his hand to stop them, then spoke coldly. "Byakuya, you're just in time. Considering your recent unauthorized actions over the past few months and after our discussion, we have unanimously decided to expel you from the Akatsuki. As of today, you are no longer a member of the Akatsuki. Leave immediately." Upon hearing Yahiko's declaration, the others initially felt a tightening in their chests but quickly understood. Yahiko's apparent expulsion of Byakuya was actually a way to let Byakuya lay low. After Byakuya left, they would officially declare him a rogue ninja, severing ties with both sides. This way, they wouldn't have to hand over Byakuya and could protect the Akatsuki as well. However, Byakuya would have to endure unjust accusations and live the rest of his life as a wanted criminal and rogue ninja, wandering various regions of the ninja world. Byakuya glanced deeply at Yahiko, a hint of relief crossing his eyes. "It's not easy, Yahiko. You finally learned to be flexible and adaptable, abandoning the idea of sitting down for a proper discussion. But once I become a rogue, the pressure on you as the leader of the Akatsuki will be immense." Moreover, he never intended to defect from the Akatsuki. The idea of a future leader defecting was too impulsive. "Leader Yahiko, isn't kicking me out a bit ruthless? After all, I'm an elder of the Akatsuki. Can't you wait until the organization is about to grow and strengthen before expelling me? Are you going against our previous agreement?" "This has nothing to do with our agreement." Facing Byakuya's unpredictable words, Yahiko felt somewhat helpless. He didn't really care about being the leader of the Akatsuki, but certain things couldn't be said outright. Others in the room also grew anxious, silently acknowledging Yahiko's effort to protect Byakuya. Seeing everyone's growing impatience, Byakuya suddenly smiled, took a seat, picked up the wanted poster from the table, and glanced at it lightly. "My wanted poster, accused of killing the last envoy who came? You've been discussing this trivial matter for so long? And you even want to kick me out of the Akatsuki for it. Why, are you afraid of the Amigakure?" Without waiting for Yahiko and the others to respond, Byakuya chuckled, all right. I'm just kidding. From your faces and this wanted poster, it seems we are indeed facing a significant crisis. However, hasn't the Amigakure already provided the solution? They just need to hand me over, and this crisis will be resolved, right? Why complicate things? Isn't it that simple?" Besides, I've been longing to visit the Amigakure, admiring the semi-god of the ninja world for so long. Byakuya's words didn't lighten the mood among the group. Instead, they deepened the atmosphere of seriousness. Everyone knew that handing over Byakuya was the easiest solution, but they tacitly avoided bringing it up. Now that Byakuya, the person directly involved, had brought it up himself, the air grew even heavier. After a moment's silence, Yahiko furrowed his brow and said, "Byakuya, you should know the consequences of being handed over. This behavior is too reckless. I cannot allow you to do this." Byakuya glanced at Yahiko and smiled, saying, "I'm not going there to die. I just want to talk to Hanzo and see if we can clear up the misunderstanding between us. Once Hanzo and I understand each other, things will gradually get better." Yahiko's expression turned serious as he retorted, "Do you really believe in my ideals this much? Normally, you scoff at my ideals, calling me naive behind my back every day." Shaking his head, Byakuya replied earnestly, "I don't believe in your ideals, but I believe in you, and I believe in everyone's strength. So, in order not to be a burden to the organization, I'm willing to give it a try this time." Byakuya's words caught Yahiko off guard. Before he could say anything more, Byakuya had already disappeared. All that remained in the office was his echoing voice. "I'm going to find the ninja from the Amigakure. Don't think you can order me around anymore. As a failure, you're not qualified to command me. Just stay quietly in your office." After hearing Byakuya's final words, Yahiko's expression changed. Next, he used the body flicker technique and headed towards the outskirts of the base, followed closely by the other Akatsuki high-ranking members. Half a minute later, they arrived at the base gate, but it was already too late. In front of the Amigakure envoy, Byakuya declared his identity and volunteered to go to the Amigakure to prove his innocence and clear up the misunderstanding between the Akatsuki and the Amigakure. Seeing Byakuya boarding the prisoner carriage, Yahiko stood stunned in place. The words he had been holding back could not be uttered. It wasn't until the envoy left with Byakuya that Yahiko sighed softly in the distance. Immediately, Nagato, Konan, and the others surrounded Yahiko, asking, "Yahiko, Byakuya has been taken away by the Amigakure. What should we do now?" Facing Nagato and Konan's question, Yahiko had no immediate answer. Byakuya's surrender resolved the crisis from the Amigakure for the Akatsuki, but a new challenge lay ahead of him. Should the Akatsuki swallow their pride and continue cooperating with the Amigakure after this incident? Or should they mobilize forces to prove Byakuya's innocence and rescue him? At that moment, Yahiko's mind flashed with countless scenes of his interactions with Byakuya, including moments of arguing, extremism, and naivety. A few minutes later, Yahiko seemed to have found the answer and made his decision. Taking a deep breath, Yahiko turned towards the direction of the Amigakure and said slowly, "Nagato, Konan, notify all members of the Akatsuki to suspend all activities and gather at the base. We need to rally all our forces to let the Amigakure and Hanzo of the Salamander know that the Akatsuki are not pushovers and won't be easily manipulated." Upon hearing this, Nagato and Konan were momentarily stunned. Mobilizing and gathering forces was clearly not Yahiko's usual style. Yahiko noticed the expressions on Nagato and Konan's faces and said meaningfully, "At this stage of the Akatsuki's development, it's time for us to change. Emphasizing peace alone will only invite others' contempt." Chapter 72, The Hesitant Hanzo of the Salamander. When Yahiko mobilized his forces, the escort team tasked with delivering Byakuya found themselves in a bit of a dilemma. According to protocol, dangerous fugitives like Byakuya needed to be severely injured or sealed with jutsu to ensure safe transport. However, the situation at the time was rather complex, leaving the Amigakure emissaries reluctant to make any demands. If glares could kill, the eyes of the Akatsuki ninjas were closed to tearing them apart. They were prepared to die resisting the Akatsuki, but they did not want to be noticed by Akatsuki members and meet an accidental death in peacetime. After leading the Akatsuki, the emissary team initially tried to restrict Byakuya, only to encounter an extremely tricky problem. Byakuya was no ordinary ninja, he was an elite ninja who had mastered the paper jutsu. With the ability to kill elite ninjas in a short period of time, the team feared for their safety if they came into too much contact with Byakuya. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Byakuya lifted his ninja attire, revealing densely packed explosive tags. At the sight of these tags, the emissary team immediately hesitated. Would these tags really explode if touched? This was highly doubtful. Watching the hesitant Amigakure ninjas, Byakuya became interested and adopted a surrendering posture. Respected ninja elders, I am a dangerous criminal. Are you sure you don't want to bind me? Hearing Byakuya's words, the emissary team became somewhat fired up but restrained themselves. The village was not far from the Akatsuki base, and they could return before nightfall. Byakuya could be arrogant in front of them, but these tricks would be useless before Lord Hanzo. Seeing the emissary team give up control over him, Byakuya proceeded to ask several questions related to the previous envoy but received no answers. These ninjas, who knew nothing when asked, caused Byakuya to lose interest. He had wanted to engage these Amigakure ninjas in a battle of wits and courage, but they only knew how to move forward without giving him a chance to use his mouth jutsu. Indeed, he didn't have the bloodline limit, controlling life and death with cursed seals suited him better. However, if this group didn't provoke trouble on their own, he could plan his next moves accordingly. After all, although the emissaries sent by Hanzo were not killed by him, they still had some connection to him. If he hadn't voluntarily provided information to Danzo about Hanzo's emissary's visit, Danzo wouldn't have sent assassins on his own. At this moment, he was contemplating what kind of demeanor to present to Hanzo upon reaching Amigakure. Should he appear wronged and enraged at Hanzo? While Byakuya pondered, Black Zetsu quietly approached the prison wagon. After seeing the relaxed expression on Byakuya's face, Black Zetsu furrowed his brow, then performed a ninjutsu to initiate a voice communication with Byakuya. Byakuya, I've only been away for a day, and you've already been captured? Lord Black Zetsu, it's a long story, but I believe I've been framed by that old Danzo, which led to me being captured by the ninja from Amigakure. Black Zetsu was full of question marks. He couldn't grasp what had happened exactly. Just as he was about to ask, Byakuya continued explaining. Lord Black Zetsu, do you remember the letter I wrote to Danzo a few days ago? In that letter, I mentioned the visit of Hanzo's emissary to the Akatsuki, right? Based on my speculation, Danzo probably sent someone disguised as me to attack Hanzo's envoy, leaving evidence at the scene to frame me for the attack. By doing so, Danzo could provoke a conflict between the Akatsuki and Amigakure, plunging the Land of Rain into chaos. In that situation, whether he intervenes to aid the Akatsuki or to help Amigakure, he stands to gain immense benefits. Black Zetsu listened intently. Yes, Byakuya's analysis made sense. But aren't you, as the victim, too calm about this? Someone is trying to frame you and put you in mortal danger. Is it really wise to remain so composed? Black Zetsu asked, seemingly understanding Byakuya's thoughts. As if anticipating Black Zetsu's concern, Byakuya sighed. Lord Black Zetsu, although I know who framed me, I have no way to retaliate. If I expose my collusion with Danzo, the Akatsuki won't tolerate me either. Then, besides Amigakure, my former comrades will also hunt me down. Seeing Byakuya looking crestfallen, Black Zetsu recalled his own experiences over the millennia and offered a solution. Do you need me to get you out? Dealing with those Amigakure ninjas wouldn't be too difficult for me. No, forget it. Yahiko and the others may not get along with me, but they'll definitely find a way to rescue me. Byakuya shook his head. Even if Danzo didn't frame me, I would have killed Hanzo's envoy. The Land of Rain isn't big enough to accommodate both the Akatsuki and Amigakure. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu was stunned, and his gaze towards Byakuya became more nuanced. So you're not innocent after all. You just had your plans preempted by Elder Danzo, Black Zetsu thought, recalling Byakuya's past methods. He realized he didn't need to worry about Byakuya. This guy was just like him, capable of manipulating people behind the scenes and, most importantly, ambitious. After ensuring his pawn would be safe, Black Zetsu prepared to depart. Before leaving, he turned to Byakuya and said, "Let me know if there's anything, and don't forget our plan to rule the world." Byakuya nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Indeed, there's something I need your help with. Lord Black Zetsu. I want control over Shiro to facilitate communication with my subordinates." Black Zetsu didn't refuse Byakuya's request. Using his mayfly technique, he located Shiro and had him possess the prison wagon. With everything in place, Black Zetsu vanished underground and headed towards the direction of the Land of Fire. Byakuya was just a pawn he had casually arranged. The truly important pieces were Madara, Uchiha, and Obito. Only by controlling Madara's successor could the Eye of the Moon plan become safe and reliable. As Black Zetsu's chakra disappeared, Byakuya breathed a sigh of relief. Although unsure why Black Zetsu was in such a rush, being scrutinized by such an old schemer still made him uncomfortable. After all, from the storyline's perspective, Black Zetsu's method of controlling 6 paths of pain was truly bizarre. Byakuya didn't know how to defend against it. While such methods surely came with a price, what if they were used against him? Clearing his mind of distractions, Byakuya began issuing orders to Shiro, instructing him to return to their base with his paper clone. After being captured, his umbu would surely be getting easy. They needed Byakuya to hammer their asses. This journey to Amigakure was a test for Yahiko and also a test for his spy network subordinates. If they didn't behave, they would lose their value. A few hours later, Byakuya and the emissary team successfully arrived in Amigakure. Gazing at the steampunk-styled ninja village, Byakuya narrowed his eyes, focusing on the tall tower in the central area of Amigakure. In the original storyline, Nagato and Conan, who embody gods and angels, often stood atop and overlooked Amigakure from above, transforming it into a secluded sanctuary. Unfortunately, after the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, due to the absence of strong defenders, Amigakure descended once more into chaos and became a forsaken land. Seeing a change in Byakuya's expression, a member of the emissary team muttered under their breath, calling him a country bumpkin. Even skilled ninjas from rural areas must be impressed by the magnificent structure birthed under Lord Hanzo's rule. Crossing a gate of steel, the prison cart moved along the main road, with Byakuya aboard. Because of the year-round rain, the air carried a musty smell, and pedestrians were often undernourished to the point of not even being comparable to villagers under Akatsuki's rule. At this moment, a member of the envoy team pointed towards the spacious streets and said to Byakuya, "Take a look, this is the Amigakure. If you hadn't attacked Lord Kandachi, you could have lived here with the Akatsuki. But now, you're only here to face Lord Hanzo's judgment." Byakuya couldn't be bothered to respond to the member of the envoy team, silently noting the terrain of the Amigakure in his mind. Sooner or later, he and the Akatsuki would be settling in the Amigakure, so it was good to become familiar with it in advance. Glancing at the unresponsive Byakuya, the member of the envoy team snorted coldly and stopped bothering further, leading Byakuya toward the Hidden Rain building. Upon arriving at the Hidden Rain building, Byakuya stepped down from the prisoner wagon and, under the escort of the Rain Shinobi, met Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander was a lean old man wearing a gas mask. Despite his advanced age, his gaunt face and determined eyes still reflected the vigor of his younger years. The gas mask wasn't for fear of poison from others but to prevent others from being poisoned. Due to the poison sacs sewn into his body, the air exhaled by Hanzo of the Salamander also carried toxins, which could easily harm his teammates. While Byakuya scrutinized Hanzo of the Salamander, Hanzo also observed Byakuya. Although he knew that Byakuya was young, Hanzo was still somewhat surprised to see the teenage Byakuya in person. He was astonished that Byakuya possessed the strength to kill a high-ranking ninja at such a young age. If carefully nurtured, becoming an elite among the Jonin in the future, even becoming my right-hand man, would not be difficult. The Amigakure also wouldn't need to worry about successors. This sparked a fondness for talent in Hanzo's heart, but ultimately he dismissed the thought. The person Byakuya killed wasn't just anyone, but his right-hand man, a high-ranking ninja he had dispatched, who was not only an envoy but also a descendant of the same clan. Thinking this, Hanzo sighed inwardly and said to Byakuya, "You are Byakuya, aren't you? When you killed my subordinate the night before last, did you ever imagine this moment? The cooperation between me and the Akatsuki is inevitable. Why did you have to interfere?" Byakuya glanced at Hanzo, showing a look of anger. "I didn't kill your subordinate. If I had done it, I wouldn't have left evidence behind." "Maybe so, but right now you're the prime suspect." After a pause, Hanzo continued, "When sending people to capture you from the Akatsuki, I carefully reviewed the intelligence related to you. You grew up as an orphan in the Land of Rain, only joining the Akatsuki within the last 2 years. Unlike other Akatsuki members, you execute missions cleanly and are well regarded among the people of the Land of Rain. However, during the review, I found information regarding Kusagakure. In March of this year, Kusagakure suffered an unidentified attack. The attackers seemed to have taken prisoners from the village, and the hidden grass building was attacked by a mysterious person skilled in explosive tags, who also robbed a large amount of ninja arts. If my guess is correct, that mysterious person must have been you. With the precedent of attacking the hidden grass mansion, your act of killing my subordinate Jonin also becomes plausible. You indeed have the courage for it." After Hanzo revealed the attack on the Kusagakure, Byakuya widened his eyes, showing a fearful expression on his face. His body couldn't help but tremble, as if all his secrets had been exposed. However, in reality, Byakuya was only slightly surprised that Hanzo had guessed he was behind the attack on the Kusagakure. Nevertheless, regardless of Hanzo's later attitude, he still possessed some investigative ability, which was why he was able to develop the Amigakure to a point just below the 5 great ninja villages. As for the actions of attacking the Kusagakure, seizing their ninja arts, and rescuing Akane, Byakuya didn't even care. At that moment, besides the maximum security prison housing the ninjutsu, the Kusagakure's ninjas were all weaklings, barely a match for even a single glance from Nagato. Even if Hanzo were to inform the Kusagakure of the news, what difference would it make? Seeing Byakuya trembling in fear, Hanzo inwardly acknowledged his own intimidating presence. However, at that moment, Byakuya composed himself and somewhat indifferently smirked. "If Lord Hanzo believes I killed the messenger, then I cannot defend myself. After all, I am just an ordinary ninja of the Akatsuki. Whatever Lord Hanzo says is true, whether it's the attack on the Kusagakure or killing the envoy, it was all me. I understand that Lord Hanzo doesn't want to see the rise of the Land of Rain, fearing we might threaten your position." Faced with Byakuya's mocking remarks, Hanzo was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed like he was only bullying a young boy, accusing him of attacking the Kusagakure and killing his subordinate. After all, a ninja capable of such acts would at least possess the strength of a Jonin, and even the renowned young genius Kakashi, who is highly esteemed in the ninja world, doesn't currently possess such power. Moreover, Byakuya is technically a ninja of the Amigakure, under his command. If news of him suppressing and killing his own genius subordinate were to spread, who knows what sarcastic remarks the 5 great ninja villages would make. And what does he mean by not wanting the rise of the Land of Rain? Making the Land of Rain one of the 5 great ninja villages influencing the ninja world has been his wish for decades. However, due to the awkward position of the Land of Rain, this wish has never been realized. Upon hearing this, Hanzo was truly tempted to kill someone. But Hanzo hesitated. Byakuya is a young talent who will surely become a talented ninja of the Land of Rain in the future. Killing him would be somewhat regretful, but not doing so would damage his reputation as a demigod and fail to satisfy his old subordinates. For a moment, the renowned Hanzo of Salamander didn't know how to deal with Byakuya. After pondering for a moment, Hanzo gave orders to the ninjas beside him, "Take the criminal Byakuya to the dungeon. I will personally interrogate him later." Chapter 73, Mobilizing the Akatsuki. The base of the Akatsuki. After calling all ninjas to the training grounds and taking attendance, Yahiko finally understood just how powerful the Akatsuki, which had developed over the past year, had become. Just among the Jonin alone, the Akatsuki had over a dozen members. The combined number of Chunin and Jinin totaled more than 150, and in addition, there were over 100 reserve ninjas responsible for later-stage tasks. Although this number of ninjas seemed comparable only to the major ninja clans of the Warring States period, it completely paled in comparison to the 5 great ninja villages, each boasting tens of thousands of members. But in a country like the Land of Rain, which could only accommodate small ninja villages, this force was already enough to overturn everything and establish a completely new ninja village. Therefore, when Yahiko saw the crowd gathering at the training grounds, he was filled with surprise. At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki organization were also looking at Yahiko. Their hearts were filled with doubts. Why did leader Yahiko suddenly summon them? Did something major happen within the organization? Facing the skeptical gazes, Yahiko briefly described the general sequence of events. Upon hearing that the senior member Byakuya was taken away by the Amigakure ninjas, the faces of these Akatsuki ninjas changed color. They turned to Yahiko one after another, their eyes seeming to say, "Why did you allow Byakuya to be taken away by the Rain Village ninjas?" After these thoughts arose in their minds, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Although Byakuya often presented astonishing insights at meetings and liked to slack off and fish in his spare time, he also had the habit of keeping a list of enemies in a little notebook. However, all the seniors in the organization knew that Byakuya's contributions to Akatsuki were irreplaceable. In the early days of the Akatsuki, Byakuya had already gained considerable fame far and wide, as he was the only anomaly in the organization who didn't hesitate to kill, shocking nearby bandits and wandering ninjas. He later resolved the organization's financial crisis and proposed the contribution ranking system. It is said that the establishment of departments like the medical team also had some connection to Byakuya. All these events combined had long since elevated Byakuya's reputation above that of Konan and Nagato, making him the second most important figure in the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, they simply couldn't understand why Yahiko had allowed Byakuya to be taken away by the Rain Village ninjas. That is a core figure in our organization. Are you saying Leader Yahiko is willing to give up a companion we've been with day and night, just to cooperate with the Amigakure? As for Byakuya attacking Hanzo's envoy and disrupting the peace between the Akatsuki and the Amigakure, they simply don't believe it. This must be a conspiracy by the Amigakure. If Lord Byakuya had been involved, Hanzo's envoy wouldn't have been left behind in one piece. It's just too obvious to pin the blame. Moreover, they know well the character of the Amigakure. Most of them were once ninjas of the Amigakure, and in recent years, the Amigakure can be said to have fallen apart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left and chosen to join the relatively unknown Akatsuki. However, out of trust in leader Yahiko, they still maintain restraint, waiting for Yahiko's explanation. Looking at the restless crowd and their questioning gazes, Yahiko actually felt a bit relieved. It seems Byakuya has accumulated considerable respect within the organization. This mobilization will be much easier for him. After all, convincing subordinates to confront the Amigakure is no easy task. The existence of the semi-god Hanzo of the Salamander in the ninja world is a mountain that ninjas from the Land of Rain find difficult to overcome. At this point, someone cautiously asked, "Lord Yahiko, did you just sit back and watch Lord Byakuya being taken away by the Rain ninjas?" Yahiko shook his head gently. "Byakuya went willingly to avoid a conflict erupting between us and the Amigakure. However, we are not just sitting back, we must find a way to rescue him. This gathering today is precisely to inform everyone of this matter and also to seek opinions." Upon hearing Yahiko's explanation, the restless crowd calmed down somewhat. But as for how to rescue Byakuya, they couldn't think of a good solution either. Should they send an elite team to sneak into the Amigakure for rescue? Or should they find the real culprit to prove that Byakuya isn't a murderer? Or perhaps directly demonstrate the Akatsuki's strength to pressure the Amigakure into releasing Byakuya? In fact, even Yahiko himself wasn't sure what to do. He is the leader of the Akatsuki, but he hasn't led the Akatsuki through major trials and tribulations. Whenever faced with difficult problems, it was always Byakuya who came up with strategies for him. But this time, the one who was captured happened to be Byakuya himself. He has lost the most important mind within the organization. If Byakuya were here now, what advice would he give? Yahiko's mind raced as he urgently needed to come up with a suitable plan to rescue Byakuya from danger. While Yahiko convened the mobilization meeting, Akane was currently at his Umbu headquarters. After hearing that her lifesaver, Byakuya, had been taken away, Akane was extremely anxious. Hastily rushing out of the room, she wanted to catch up with the envoy team and rescue Byakuya. But after carefully understanding the situation, Akane gave up on this impulsive idea. Byakuya is a meticulous ninja who wouldn't be captured without preparation. Frankly speaking, Byakuya's actions were likely part of a plot against the Amigakure. After all, Byakuya had mentioned the threat of the Amigakure more than once and always considered them a hypothetical enemy. Thinking this through, Akane abandoned her immature idea and instead began to ponder what Byakuya was actually planning to do. Without any clues, she ultimately decided to manage the Umbu ninjas on Byakuya's behalf. Byakuya's Umbus were all talented individuals who had made significant contributions to the Akatsuki in terms of infrastructure. However, this group also had another identity. They were spies sent by various countries to investigate the Land of Rain. While Lord Byakuya was present, he naturally could overpower them with his strong abilities and methods. Now that Lord Byakuya had been captured, if these people learned about it, it might cause a riot. It wouldn't be impossible for them to launch a rebellion on the spot. But could she really stop them with her own power if they did revolt? Perhaps she needed Nagato's help to intimidate these rogues. After carefully counting the number of Umbu members, Akane frowned. There were clearly 12 ninjas in the Umbu, so why was there suddenly one missing? Had someone taken advantage of the situation to escape? But who could have left her perception range without her noticing? Just as Akane was lost in thought, White Zetsu's Shiro emerged from underground. Just as she was about to question Shiro about his whereabouts, a paper clone of Byakuya appeared before everyone. Seeing the familiar figure and the familiar chakra fluctuations, Akane thought she might be seeing things. But soon, Byakuya took control of the situation. After scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, he turned to Akane and said, "Akane, what are you doing here?" "Well, I do indeed have something to discuss with you." With that said, Byakuya led Akane away from the training ground and into the depths of the mountains. Seeing Byakuya's figure, the Umbu members breathed a collective sigh of relief, glad they hadn't entertained thoughts of escape. It wasn't just the restrictions of the curse mark that they would face. Byakuya's elusive abilities could easily deal with them. However, there was a question in the minds of the Umbu members. Since Byakuya went willingly, why was he appearing here? Could it be true that Hanzo's envoy was really killed by Byakuya? The root spy lurking in the crowd furrowed his brow and took a half step back, blending into the crowd. He was about to report the scene in front of him to Lord Danzo, but just as the root spy was leaving the training ground, Byakuya suddenly emerged from his body, revealing a meaningful smile. After a loud explosion, the root spy was engulfed in flames. The remaining Umbu members, upon seeing this scene, instinctively recoiled, completely dispelling any thoughts of leaving. What happened over there at the training ground? I'll go take a look. Upon hearing the explosion, Akane frowned, but Byakuya stopped her with a gesture. There's no need to go over there. That guy is already dead. Akane hesitated for a moment, feeling like she was worried needlessly. Even though Byakuya had been captured, the Umbu under the Akatsuki were still under his command, no different from before. At that moment, Byakuya looked at Akane with interest and asked, "After I was taken away, how is Yahiko handling the situation? Is he considering negotiating with the Amigakure and using me as a sacrifice?" Lord Yahiko has convened a mobilization meeting to discuss rescuing Lord Byakuya. Akane shook her head, seeming to remember something, and then said, "But now that Lord Byakuya has already escaped, I'll go inform Leader Yahiko to come and see you. No need since I'm currently a paper clone. My real body is still imprisoned in the Amigakure's prison. As for meeting Yahiko, let's forget about it. This time, I don't intend to meet him. You're not allowed to tell Yahiko that my paper clone has escaped either." Why? Akane looked puzzled. Byakuya smiled mysteriously and said, because I want to see how far Yahiko can go. Without passing this test, he can never grow into a qualified leader. Rather than being tainted by the Amigakure in their cooperation, it's better to take this opportunity to undergo a transformation. Let the Akatsuki shed some unrealistic fantasies and understand more of the harsh reality. Upon hearing this, Akane suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock, could it be that the envoy from the Amigakure really? Even you think so? Byakuya showed a look of disappointment. Here's the translation of the text. No, I didn't. Akane hastily explained, flustered. She didn't want to disappoint Byakuya. After all, he was the only family she had left in the ninja world. Byakuya's expression instantly changed, and he said, there's another person who attacked the envoy Hanzo. But I know that person's identity. When the opportunity arises, I'll make sure they taste what it's like to be blamed unfairly. Well, let's leave it at that for now. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Byakuya walked towards the training ground, leaving Akane looking bewildered. Meeting Akane unexpectedly this time was a pleasant surprise for him. His purpose here was to take away these ninjas under his command. Firstly, it was to keep these unstable elements in check. Secondly, during the time his real body was imprisoned, he intended to take away these Umbu members and then contact the spies hidden within the borders of the Land of Rain. The drama was just beginning. Chapter 74, Hanzo and Danzo's Meeting. In the Land of Rain, there has always been a considerable number of rain ninjas resisting Hanzo of the Salamander. Some people believe that Hanzo's policy of isolation hinders development, obstructs normal exchanges with the outside world, which is detrimental to the development of the Land of Rain. Another group thinks Hanzo is too weak. The Third Ninja World War was a great opportunity, and the Land of Rain should have taken action to seize the neighboring countries' territories, but Hanzo didn't move. Hanzo is such a coward ninja. Ever since he secluded himself in Amigakure, both the hardliners and the moderates have expressed dissatisfaction with him. The only ones remaining by Hanzo's side are the fence-sitters. For the ninjas outside Amigakure, the Akatsuki has a mature and rational approach. Yahiko is responsible for dealing with the moderates, while the remaining hardliners are left to Byakuya. Therefore, even when Byakuya was imprisoned in Amigakure's jail, he still had subordinates coming to visit him. This visitor was none other than Amigakure's black market merchant, Jonin Shigeru. When Shigeru sneaked in to see Byakuya, he was startled because Byakuya had walked out of his cell and greeted him warmly. This scene made Shigeru doubt whether Byakuya was truly a prisoner. What prisoner can freely come and go? And was Byakuya's voluntary capture not some kind of conspiracy? Everything seemed peculiar. After greeting Shigeru, Byakuya returned to his cell, sat on the cold floor, and said expressionlessly, Shigeru, how are things outside? Is Hanzo preparing to kill me? Shigeru shook his head and replied, I don't know Lord Hanzo's thoughts, but if this is a misunderstanding, Lord Byakuya, it would be best for you to explain things clearly to him. The Akatsuki and Amigakure are both ninja organizations of the Land of Rain. There's no need for internal strife. Byakuya glanced at Shigeru before saying, there's no need for internal strife, but don't you think Hanzo of the Salamander has grown old? Old enough to be unwilling to think? If he thinks carefully, he should know who really killed the envoy. But he's scared, not of the Mastermind, but of the younger, more promising Akatsuki, so he unhesitatingly issued a warrant for my arrest to threaten the Akatsuki. He didn't expect that I wouldn't run but would choose to surrender. After listening to Byakuya, Shigeru fell silent. He looked at his mysterious and powerful superior and couldn't help but say, is there really no way for the Akatsuki and Amigakure to coexist peacefully? That depends on what Hanzo thinks. After speaking, Byakuya moved to the corner of the cell, hiding his body in the shadows. Shigeru sighed softly as he witnessed this scene and left quietly. During his time under Byakuya, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki is an organization dedicated to achieving peace, and its members are passionate young people. In this respect, it is exactly like Amigakure 20 years ago. However, over time, Lord Hanzo has gradually lost his drive, and Amigakure has become what it is today. Thus, Shigeru did not want to see a conflict erupt between the Akatsuki and Amigakure. After leaving the prison, Shigeru headed to Hanzo of the Salamander's office. He wanted to prevent this conflict from happening, to persuade Hanzo to release Byakuya and avoid the worst-case scenario. Hiding in the shadows, Byakuya watched this unfold silently. He did not believe Shigeru could stop the conflict. After reviewing the information sent back by his clone, Byakuya nodded affirmatively. Danzo really is a good ally. I mean, without Danzo, the conflict would not have been so easily sparked. Byakuya was sure to spank Danzo's ass to show his appreciation in the future. Inside the Amigakure Tower, Hanzo the Salamander was restless. After Byakuya was imprisoned, Hanzo reinvestigated the crime scene. The evidence left at the scene suggests many doubts about Byakuya's involvement in the envoy's assassination. Byakuya is likely not the real culprit, someone else is. But now he is in a difficult position. As a demigod, he cannot afford to make any mistakes. Any error would tarnish the illustrious image he has built, which would be detrimental to his continued rule over the Land of Rain. However, since this morning, he has been receiving bad news related to the Akatsuki. His order to arrest Byakuya has not intimidated the Akatsuki. Instead, it has united them. They have formed a ninja force of over 100 members, hidden within the Land of Rain. This makes him question whether his deterrent power is waning. Worse news followed. After the Akatsuki assembled their forces, chaos ensued throughout the Land of Rain. The chaos was not due to the Akatsuki attacking villages and towns. Rather, it was because the Akatsuki temporarily abandoned the management of these areas, leading to most places in the Land of Rain, except for a few major strongholds like Amigakure, losing their ninja guardians. In other words, the peace and tranquility that the Land of Rain has experienced for the past 6 months were actually created by the Akatsuki. It had little to do with him, the demigod. Realizing this, Hanzo of the Salamander fell into deep thought. This is both a good and bad thing for him. On one hand, he doesn't have to worry about the Akatsuki lacking successors. On the other hand, he has to start facing the threat posed by the Akatsuki. At this moment, Hanzo had a strange idea. What if he released Byakuya now and promised to let the Akatsuki join Amigakure? Could he then retire and simply enjoy life? But the next moment, Hanzo shook his head, dismissing his own idea. If he handed over power to the Akatsuki, how could he ensure his own safety? When he became too old to move, he would surely face retribution from these young people. He still wanted to hold his position in Amigakure for another 20 years. As Hanzo wavered, a rain ninja teleported in front of him, half kneeling. Lord Hanzo, there is a ninja outside the village claiming to be an old friend of yours. They seem to be from Konoha. A Konoha ninja? Could it be Danzo? Hanzo frowned. He had few contacts among Konoha's higher-ups, and the only one who could be considered an old friend was Danzo. The others, like the third Hokage and the Hokage's other advisors, he had hardly met. But why would Danzo come now? Weren't Iwagakure and Konoha about to negotiate peace? Despite his doubts, Hanzo decided to meet Danzo, the Hokage in the shadows, to find out why he was seeking him. On his way to the village outskirts, Hanzo couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. He felt that Danzo's visit must be related to the Akatsuki. Chapter 75, Hidden Agendas. Under the protection of guards, Hanzo of the Salamander arrived at a forest outside the village. Here, Hanzo encountered Danzo dressed in ninja attire, accompanied by a swarm of Umbu from Konoha. Hanzo couldn't help but furrow his brows. In terms of numbers, Danzo brought too many ninjas, 8 squads totaling 33 individuals. These were no ordinary ninjas, as they were elite members of Konoha's assassination unit, each surpassing the strength of typical Chunin, a force capable of altering local wars. They should not to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo looked towards Danzo nearby. Danzo, why have you brought so many people here? Are you planning to attack the Amigakure? Danzo shook his head and replied, just came to visit an old friend, to see if we can continue our cooperation from last time and weaken the strength of a Wagakure. Hanzo glanced at Danzo and said, aren't your Konoha Umbu constantly hunting down the jounin of a Wagakure? It takes them over a decade to recover from each loss of jounin. Danzo sighed lightly, revealing a hint of reluctance in his eyes. That's Minato Namikaze's merit. What does it have to do with me? Konoha is about to hold the election for Hokage. If I can't quickly gain significant merits, that kid will become Hokage. So you're still thinking about the Hokage position. If Amigakure has such outstanding successors, I will certainly step down and let them take over. The world is better off with younger people, Hanzo retorted, detecting the sarcasm in Hanzo's words. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, Danzo replied, Minato is different from me. He has always disliked plotting conspiracies in the dark. Once he takes office, it will probably be difficult for us to cooperate as we are doing like before. Pausing for a moment, Danzo continued, however, the Amigakure also has outstanding successors. I've heard that a new ninja organization has emerged in the Land of Rain, gaining considerable popularity among the people. Even Danzo knows about it? A sharp glint flashed in Hanzo's eyes as he nodded. Indeed, such an organization exists, but they've been causing me some headaches recently. If they can make Lord Hanzo uneasy, then I'm quite interested. It's nothing much, just that a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki killed one of my dispatched ninjas. Now my Amigakure and the Akatsuki are at odds. Danzo, speaking of which, the other high-ranking members of the Akatsuki are disciples of your own Jiraiya. Jiraiya's disciples? Danzo frowned slightly. I've heard about this. He took in several students from the Amigakure, but how did they establish a ninja organization and even come into conflict with Lord Hanzo? Hanzo stared at Danzo for a few seconds, seemingly trying to see through him with his eyes, but couldn't decipher anything. At this moment, Danzo seemed to think of something and suggested, since they've clashed with the Amigakure and caused difficulties for Lord Hanzo, why don't we join forces to resolve this trouble? Hearing this, Hanzo looked at Danzo in surprise. They are disciples of Jiraiya. They are almost half of Konoha's ninjas. Aren't you concerned about Jiraiya's thoughts? Jiraiya would not know about this, and if I can help resolve trouble for Lord Hanzo, I am willing to assist. However, when I campaign for Hokage, I may need Hanzo's support. With that said, Danzo revealed a gloomy smile. Hanzo didn't immediately accept or reject Danzo's proposal. He stood in place, weighing the pros and cons. From a practical standpoint, the Akatsuki did pose a threat to him. With Danzo's help, the losses in dealing with the Akatsuki could be minimized. But Danzo wouldn't help without a reason. If dealing with the Akatsuki could weaken his competitors, the cost would be too high. If the operation to exterminate the Akatsuki suffered heavy losses, Danzo would undoubtedly be held accountable upon returning to Konoha. And there was also a huge doubt, was Danzo's arrival too coincidental? Could it be that there was something valuable within the Akatsuki that Danzo had his eye on? At this moment, Hanzo suddenly remembered something he had overlooked, the red hair of Nagato, a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki. Red hair wasn't rare in the shinobi world, but it was a symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Could Danzo's target be Nagato, suspected of having Uzumaki blood? After all, Uzumaki clan members were the most suitable candidates for being Jinchuriki, and to be elected Hokage, one must firmly grasp such a powerful weapon. Thinking of this, Hanzo no longer hesitated and decided to cooperate with Danzo to eradicate the Akatsuki. By now, whether or not Byakuya had attacked the messenger was no longer important. Since Byakuya had been captured, an irreparable rift had appeared between the Akatsuki and the Amigakure. Therefore, it was best to offend them completely and directly strangle the Akatsuki in the bud. After losing the obstacle in the form of Akatsuki, the Land of Rain no longer had any ninjas that could threaten him. So about the Amigakure's heir, it is more reliable to cultivate one's own people. For example, the senior members of the Akatsuki sure are outstanding but not good for the position of an heir. After all, What is good for the Land of Rain may not necessarily be good for Hanzo, the leader of the Amigakure. In the first half of his life, he made great efforts to save this weeping country, but he failed in the end. It was time to start thinking about himself. After serious consideration, Hanzo agreed to cooperate with Danzo. What Hanzo didn't notice was that Danzo's eyes were filled with malice. He didn't give a damn about Hanzo, the so-called demigod in the ninja world. However, both sides were very satisfied with this cooperation. Hanzo was glad that he could reduce losses while resolving the troublesome Akatsuki organization, only needing to sacrifice an inconsequential Uzumaki ninja and make a promise. Danzo, on the other hand, was delighted. The plan he had been plotting for months was finally reaching its climax. To create chaos in the Land of Rain. First, he contacted the Akatsuki's senior member, Byakuya, using his desire to become the leader of the Akatsuki, secretly gathering intelligence from the Amigakure, and jointly devising an assassination plan. Now, that boy might still be immersed in the dream of Akatsuki in crisis and then stepping forward to become a hero. Unfortunately, Danzo never intended for Byakuya to become the leader of the Akatsuki. From start to finish, he was only using Byakuya, exploiting his ambitions to create discord between the Amigakure and the Akatsuki, which could threaten Konoha's internal organization. Next, all that was needed was to exterminate the Akatsuki together with Hanzo. Then, they could achieve the goal of weakening the Amigakure and gaining a solid and reliable alliance. Chapter 76, Conspiracy. Not long after, Yahiko, stationed at an outdoor base, received a personal letter from Hanzo. Unlike the previous occasions, this time the emissary from Hanzo wore a pleasing smile, behaving cautiously, afraid of angering Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. The reason was simple. Since Yahiko began assembling his forces, he was no longer merely a subordinate of Amigakure in name but the leader of a rebel faction in the Land of Rain, on par with Hanzo of the Salamander in terms of status. Upon opening the letter, Yahiko only glanced at it briefly, before a peculiar expression crossed his face. Seeing this, Nagato and Konan hurried over and asked, "Yahiko, what did Hanzo write in the letter to make you show such an expression?" Yahiko placed the personal letter on the table, gesturing for Nagato and Konan to read it together. After they finished, their expressions turned also stiffened. Hanzo actually claimed that capturing Byakuya was a misunderstanding, merely a test of their mettle to see if they were qualified to become successors of the Amigakure. Seeing that the Akatsuki had assembled their forces and still hadn't harmed civilians, Hanzo knew he hadn't misjudged them. Just like during Hanzo's time, their actions were all for the Land of Rain. They had passed this test and were now qualified to become heirs of Amigakure. As the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo decided to forge an alliance with the Akatsuki and, on that day, he would release Byakuya, who had already been taken in as a disciple. After reading this news, Yahiko and the others found it somewhat unbelievable. Hanzo's act of capturing Byakuya turned out to be just a test, and after capturing him, he actually accepted Byakuya as his disciple? This news sounded absurd and full of loopholes upon careful consideration. If Hanzo truly wanted to take in disciples, there was no need for such roundabout methods. He could have just accepted them directly. In the Land of Rain, no ninja could refuse to become Hanzo's disciple. Despite their doubts, only Yahiko made the final decision. With Nagato and Konan watching him closely, Yahiko said solemnly, "I have decided to accept Hanzo's request and go to the designated location for negotiations." "Why? This is obviously a trap." Konan objected in confusion. "To avoid ambushes, I will send people to scout ahead and bring all members to witness the alliance ceremony on that day." Yahiko seemed prepared and resolute in his decision. "But..." Konan wanted to say more but was stopped by Nagato. Seeing Konan's confusion, Yahiko sighed softly and said, "The Land of Rain has suffered too much pain. If there's a chance to peacefully resolve this, I will do my best. And if we don't agree to these conditions, Byakuya will be in danger." Upon hearing Yahiko mention Byakuya, Konan fell silent. Yes, if they didn't agree to Hanzo's peaceful invitation, Byakuya would be in danger. Even for Byakuya's sake, they had to attend this meeting. Ultimately, before Hanzo of the Salamander, they had no choice at all. However, it's quite ironic. Byakuya had always boasted about showing them the cruelty of the ninja world, yet in the end, he turned out to be the most naive of them all. To avoid putting the organization at risk, Byakuya actually willingly surrendered himself. If they were to genuinely reconcile or abandon thoughts of negotiation, wouldn't Byakuya, as their prisoner, be the most at risk, even possibly being sacrificed? After the three made their decision, Yahiko headed towards the direction of Hanzo's emissary. Nagato, who remained behind, patted Conan's shoulder at this moment, somewhat weary, and said, "Conan, you have to trust Byakuya, ? Conan was somewhat dazed. Had she forgotten something? Nagato smiled mysteriously and continued, "Conan, haven't you noticed that there are fewer ninjas in the organization? What happened to those spies Byakuya recruited? Where did they go? Aren't those spies already escaped?" Conan frowned. She didn't have much impression of Byakuya's subordinates. I think Byakuya, with his ability, wouldn't overlook such a thing. Those spies are probably carrying out missions assigned by Byakuya. I don't know the specifics. It seems like you have a lot of confidence in Byakuya, Conan couldn't help but say. Nagato nodded. He did indeed have confidence in Byakuya. Unlike him and Conan, Byakuya was a genius descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessing unimaginable determination and ambition. As an ordinary person, he didn't need to know what Byakuya intended to do, he just needed to trust him. Just half a day later, Hanzo and Danzo, who were guests in the Amage Cure, received a letter from Yahiko. After reading Yahiko's letter, Hanzo expressed his doubts. Is Yahiko so easily deceived? I thought I would have to write several more letters. Danzo smiled and replied, Byakuya is the cleverest person in the Akatsuki. After you captured Byakuya, they lost their brains. So naturally, they were easily fooled. Hanzo pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Yesterday, after reaching an agreement with Hanzo, the two of them immediately discussed the Akatsuki and eventually devised a plan under the pretext of negotiations and grooming successors, actually aiming to eliminate the Akatsuki's high-ranking members. However, due to time constraints, the plan was somewhat rough. But from the final result, the plan was very successful. As long as they figured out where the main force of the Akatsuki was, they could eradicate the Akatsuki. At this moment, Danzo seemed to remember something and said, By the way, Lord Hanzo, don't forget about taking in disciples. Today, you must complete the disciple-taking ceremony and make Byakuya your disciple. Upon hearing this, Hanzo of the Salamander furrowed his brow. Must I take Byakuya as my disciple? I don't want to bear the stigma of killing a disciple. Everything is for eliminating the Akatsuki. Danzo paused for a moment before continuing. As long as you take Byakuya as your disciple, you can gain the trust of the Akatsuki and avoid arousing their suspicions. Hanzo of the Salamander sighed but still agreed to the matter. He didn't want his reputation to be tarnished, but more importantly, he didn't want to see the rapidly expanding Akatsuki threaten his position. Ultimately, he had to choose between face and substance. However, once the Akatsuki were eliminated, he would still need to manage the Amage Cure more closely. It wouldn't be good if another Akatsuki organization appeared again. Thinking about this, Hanzo of the Salamanders said to Danzo, I'm going to find Byakuya now. Do you want to come and see too? He's a genius even more formidable than your Konoha's Kakashi. No, I'll leave the matters of the Amage Cure to you, Lord Hanzo. Danzo shook his head in refusal. Although Byakuya didn't know his appearance, Danzo somewhat saw Byakuya as another version of himself. It was just unfortunate that Byakuya, unlike himself, couldn't fully showcase his talent in the small Amage Cure. If he had been born in Konoha, everything would have been different. Chapter 77, Calm Before the Storm. While Byakuya seems to sulking in a corner by himself, Hanzo came to find him. Seeing Byakuya crouched in the corner, Hanzo felt a bit of a daze, recalling his own misunderstood youth. He sighed softly in his heart. Back then, he had been just as naive. naive enough to want to change the state of the land of rain, to make it a great nation outside of the 5 great villages. But unfortunately, hot-blooded passion couldn't withstand the harsh realities. Now, he has to start crushing the dreams of the young. When Hanzo saw Byakuya, Byakuya had already sensed his arrival. He wasn't surprised at all by Hanzo's visit and could roughly guess what Hanzo wanted. It was nothing more than temporarily pacifying him and then taking the opportunity to destroy the Akatsuki. As long as Danzo was involved, there was no way the Akatsuki and the Amigakure could reach an agreement. Peace was a distant dream. Thinking of this, Byakuya didn't wait for Hanzo to speak. He took the initiative and said, "Lord Hanzo, why have you come today? Have you found evidence that I killed the Jonin and come to execute me?" Seeing Byakuya's arrogant demeanor, Hanzo felt his guilt lessen considerably. If he had been this egotistical in his youth, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died by now. But for the sake of the upcoming opportunity, he had to put on a smile. "I've investigated carefully these past few days. The one who attacked the emissary wasn't you but someone else. So, to express my apology to the Akatsuki, I plan to take you as my disciple and train you by my side, to show my sincerity." Byakuya was taken aback upon hearing this. Why was this different from what he had expected? Why would Hanzo want to take him as a disciple? Could it be that Hanzo was being controlled by a Jinjutsu? But at this time, the best Jinjutsu user, Shui, should still be in the land of fire, right? Sensing Danzo's chakra nearby, Byakuya relaxed, realizing this was definitely a plot by Hanzo and Danzo. This was the kind of reassurance he got from the dark side of the ninja world. There was no need to worry about betrayal because, sooner or later, Danzo would definitely stab his allies in the back. After a moment of contemplation, Byakuya raised his head with a hint of doubt and said in disbelief, "Lord Hanzo, you want to take me as your disciple? Just because of an apology?" Hanzo nodded. "Of course, it's not just that. I also want to understand the Akatsuki's ideology from you. By taking you as my disciple, I'll have a reason to persuade others to accept the Akatsuki. As a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki, you should know the organization is divided into different factions. Amigakure is the same. Many times, as the leader, I can't act unilaterally. I have to consider the opinions of the majority. Amigakure is like that too?" Byakuya nodded skeptically. Seeing Byakuya's disbelief, Hanzo proactively opened the cell door. As he led Byakuya out, he said, "Actually, I found the culprit who attacked the emissary long ago. I just wanted to test you, young people, so I invited you here as a guest." Byakuya didn't even bother to mock Hanzo's clumsy lie. However, since the other party was performing a comedy skit in front of him, he naturally had to cooperate. He immediately played the role of a young man who was doubtful of the villain. Hanzo could see Byakuya's skepticism but didn't care. He was acting like this for the Akatsuki. Whether Byakuya believed him was irrelevant. If Byakuya was truly smart, he should understand Hanzo's intentions. After Hanzo exterminated the Akatsuki, he wouldn't mind having another disciple. After all, there was only one ninja in the Akatsuki who could truly threaten his rule. That was the Akatsuki's Yahiko. Yahiko's presence was so dazzling that it made Hanzo, the demigod, look insignificant. Someone so naive and full of dreams shouldn't exist in the ninja world. Over the next few days, Hanzo appeared in public several times with Byakuya. He expressed goodwill toward the Akatsuki and his intention to take Byakuya as a disciple. He talked about creating a beautiful land of rain with the Akatsuki and the Amigakure at its core. Many ninjas from the Amigakure were skeptical of Hanzo's actions. However, out of trust in Hanzo and fear of civil war, they chose to believe him. They didn't want the Akatsuki and the Amigakure to go to war, which would plunge the whole land of rain into chaos. The day before the peace talks between the Amigakure and the Akatsuki, Hanzo officially accepted Byakuya as a disciple in the Amigakure Tower. Witnessed by a group of Amigakure ninjas, Byakuya became Hanzo's disciple. This was the first time Hanzo had ever taken a disciple. Looking at Hanzo and Byakuya on the stage, the ninjas and villagers of the Amigakure were very pleased. They had heard of the good reputation the Akatsuki had within the Land of Rain. The alliance between the Demigod and the Akatsuki would make the Land of Rain stronger and avert a potential crisis. After the discipleship ceremony, Hanzo went to Byakuya's room. Once he had dismissed the jonin responsible for surveillance, Hanzo looked at Byakuya and smiled. "I know you don't believe me, but tomorrow you will understand. I truly do not want to see another battlefield in the Land of Rain. I sincerely want to negotiate peace with the Akatsuki." Byakuya glanced at Hanzo with a blank expression and said, "Of course, I believe in you, Lord Hanzo." Hanzo could see through Byakuya's insincere demeanor. He sighed and said, "Time will prove everything. Besides, I am now your sensei." Byakuya nodded and replied, "Yes, I believe in Hanzo-sensei." Faced with Byakuya's perfunctory response, Hanzo secretly shook his head. He couldn't fathom how Yahiko put up with Byakuya on a daily basis. These past few days had nearly driven him mad. Byakuya seemed to have seen through Hanzo's entire scheme yet was still forcing himself to go along with the performance. However, Hanzo and Danzo's plan was a transparent plot, and it didn't matter if someone saw through it. The Akatsuki couldn't counter it anyway. The reason the Akatsuki had quickly become a threat to the Amigakure was due to the support of the ordinary ninjas. If the Amigakure now extended goodwill and the Akatsuki refused to negotiate, the core of the Akatsuki would be shaken, making it difficult for them to pose a threat again. And once the Akatsuki participated in the talks, they would fall into the ambush set by Hanzo and Danzo. After one last glance at Byakuya, Hanzo tightened his surveillance on him. The number of jonin guards increased from 2 to 4, and a barrier was also set up. Having done all this, Hanzo headed out of the village to discuss further with Danzo. They needed to ensure that tomorrow's operation would go off without a hitch. Chapter 78, Dealing with the Salamander. As dawn was just breaking, Hanzo led a large number of elite ninjas away from Amigakure. Leaving at the same time were the Konoha Umbu stationed outside the village. To deal with the increasingly powerful Akatsuki, Danzo and Hanzo decided to join forces and completely annihilate the Akatsuki at the meeting location once and for all. The large movement of troops could not escape the notice of the Amigakure ninjas. However, in the minds of most Amigakure ninjas, Hanzo had simply gone out to negotiate with the Akatsuki, and in a day or two, they expected to hear good news from afar. But for the jonin remaining in the village, Hanzo's departure was far from simple. If Hanzo was truly going to negotiate, he wouldn't have taken so many people, nor would he have taken ninjas from other villages. It was merely the calm before the storm. Thinking of this, Shigeru, who was patrolling the outer walls of Amigakure, sighed softly. He really didn't want to see a conflict between Amigakure and Akatsuki, but he was powerless to change it. From the moment he wanted to see Hanzo but was told that Lord Hanzo was not seeing anyone, he understood Hanzo's determination. At this moment, Byakuya silently walked out from behind Shigeru and patted him on the shoulder. Startled, Shigeru turned and saw Byakuya, showing a shocked expression. "Lord Byakuya, didn't you go to the meeting with Lord Hanzo?" Byakuya glanced at Shigeru and said meaningfully, "Do you really think Hanzo is going to negotiate with the Akatsuki?" Hearing this, Shigeru fell silent. Then, Shigeru saw Byakuya walking towards the village, panicking and subconsciously asking, "Lord Byakuya, what are you going to do next? We might even have to fight Hanzo-sensei later. How can we not prepare in advance? And with Hanzo not here, I naturally have to take over Amigakure." Byakuya showed a matter-of-fact expression, then seemed to remember something and said, "But since you are a jonin of Amigakure, I will allow you to find someone to stop me once if you wish to see Amigakure destroyed." Byakuya's voice was very low, and Shigeru had to strain to hear it. But the lower the voice, the more frightened and uneasy Shigeru felt. He knew Byakuya had the ability to destroy Amigakure because he had just seen Byakuya get into a carriage. Byakuya's disguise could deceive Lord Hanzo, which meant he could deceive most ninjas in the ninja world. After solving the disguise problem, even the simplest assassination of a daimyo or using explosive tags to create chaos, Byakuya could bring Amigakure down to drain. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shigeru followed Byakuya, making his choice. Glancing at Shigeru behind him, Byakuya headed to the habitat of the salamander, preparing to deal with Hanzo's summoning beast, a giant salamander. During his stay in Amigakure, he had been searching for the salamander's whereabouts. These actions utilized Shiro's disguise to deceive Hanzo and create an opportunity to separate Hanzo from the salamander. After all, half of Hanzo's strength came from his summoning beast, the salamander. Without the salamander's terrifying poison gas, which could destroy entire ninja armies, Hanzo would not be considered on par with the 5 Kage. A few minutes later, Byakuya arrived at a dark, damp cave. Inside the cave was a massive pond bubbling with gas. The salamander rested inside, ready to respond to Hanzo's summons at any moment. Outside the cave, 5 or 6 ninjas wearing gas masks stood guard. The moment Shigeru saw the cave, he understood what Byakuya intended to do. But the salamander was not an easy beast to deal with. Without wearing a gas mask or taking antidote medicine in advance, inhaling the poison gas would render anyone powerless. Only Hanzo had the antidote for the salamander's poison. In the next moment, Byakuya acted directly. He threw a stone wrapped with numerous explosive tags into the pond, causing a violent explosion that sent water splashing over 10 meters high. Under the dual impact of the poison gas and the blast, the ninja guards turned purple and lost their combat ability. The furious salamander emerged from the pond, locked onto Byakuya, and lunged at him. Seeing this, Shigeru swallowed nervously and began to pray about Byakuya's safety, but then he wondered silently which side he hoped would win. It seemed he didn't have an answer to that question. Facing the salamander's attack, Byakuya, who had long been prepared, dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. He then flew into the sky, drawing several black rods he had prepared in advance, and threw them. With a few sharp sounds, the black rods pierced the salamander's body, significantly slowing it down. The salamander glanced at Byakuya in the air, thinking of using summoning jutsu to escape. However, the black rods restricted its chakra flow, preventing it from performing any jutsu. It could only watch as Byakuya descended from the sky and landed on its head. Next, 8 adamantine chains emerged from Byakuya's back, binding the salamander like seafood at a market. Patting the salamander's smooth head, Byakuya fed several would release seeds into the salamander's mouth through a gap, then release the adamantine chains. Just as the freed salamander was about to resist, it felt a sharp pain inside its body, rendering it immobile. Those would release seeds began to absorb the chakra inside the salamander, quickly growing. Glancing at the struggling salamander and then at Shigeru not far away, Byakuya stroked his chin and remarked with some sentiment. Hanzo's summoning beast is easier to deal with than I imagined. Hearing this, Shigeru's mouth twitched slightly. The salamander was no ordinary summoning beast. In terms of strength, it can rival an elite jonin. It was only because your power is so overwhelming that it seems weak. And those strange black rods in your hands and the chains emerging from your back, what exactly are they? Could they be some kind of secret technique or Kekkei Jinkai? After a moment, Shigeru looked at Byakuya with a complicated expression. Lord Byakuya, if you're so powerful, why didn't you reveal your strength earlier? If you had, Lord Hanzo might not have. Byakuya smiled and then said, why should I reveal my strength? War and peace were Hanzo's choices. Unfortunately, he chose war. And since my dear sensei wants war, Yahiko and I will give him the war he desires. As the leader of Amigakure, he's not doing much. It would be better for him to hand over the reins to us. According to Hanzo-sensei's own words, this should be considered a test. As long as we in the Akatsuki pass this test, we can become the rulers of Amigakure. However, the price of failure is death. Byakuya's words left Shigeru deeply moved, but why are you so adept at calling Hanzo-sensei? You were only master and disciple for less than half a day, and you're supposed to be enemies. Seemingly understanding Shigeru's thoughts, Byakuya's expression turned serious, and he said, "Shigeru-senpai, don't question my relationship with Hanzo-sensei in your heart. After all, I do respect him greatly." Chapter 79, Taking Over Amigakure. 10 minutes later, Byakuya was walking down the streets of Amigakure with the salamander. The massive salamander immediately drew the attention of the Rain Ninja. They gathered together, staring at the boy standing beside the salamander. They were not unfamiliar with Byakuya. Byakuya was a member of the Akatsuki who had just been taken in as a disciple by Lord Hanzo yesterday. But wasn't Byakuya supposed to be with Lord Hanzo on a mission this morning? Could something have happened, causing Byakuya to return early? As for whether Byakuya intended to cause trouble in Amigakure while Lord Hanzo was away, they had their doubts. But seeing the salamander next to Byakuya dispelled those doubts, as the salamander only obeyed Hanzo's commands. After walking openly to the Amigakure building, Byakuya climbed onto the salamander. Standing on the salamander's head, Byakuya looked down at the gathered Amigakure ninjas and calmly began to speak. "You may have heard my name before, but for those who are not familiar, let me introduce myself again. I am Byakuya of the Akatsuki, and also a disciple of Hanzo-sensei. Today, I am here to take over Amigakure." Hearing this, the surrounding Rain ninjas were taken aback. "Lord Hanzo had just left, and now you're taking over Amigakure? Are you serious?" This kind of major decision would have been announced by Lord Hanzo in the village beforehand. Such a sudden move seemed impossible, but the fact remained that Byakuya was accompanied by the salamander. Reluctantly, the Rain Ninja turned their eyes towards Shigeru, who was one of the senior jonin in the village and should know what was going on. Feeling the intense stares, Shigeru stammered, unable to give a clear answer. Seeing this, many of the seasoned ninjas began to guess the truth, but faced with the salamander at Byakuya's feet, they chose to remain silent. Byakuya now controlled the salamander. If he released its poison, it would affect the entire Amigakure. Ninjas might be able to resist the salamander's poison, but ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. What made them even more hesitant was Byakuya's control over the salamander. It didn't matter what method he used, the important thing was that he had control and had managed to deceive Lord Hanzo. Even if they stood up to resist now, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Moreover, the main forces of the village had been taken away by Lord Hanzo during the day. Those left behind were the old, weak, and infirm. In this situation, they could only pretend they hadn't heard anything, silently watching Byakuya's performance. At this moment, the hidden members of the Akatsuki in the crowd began cheering and shouting, extending their palms and loudly declaring, "Welcome, Lord Byakuya, to take over Amigakure. Lord Byakuya is the new leader." Upon hearing similar voices around them, the Rain Ninjas' faces turned pale. If they didn't act now, Amigakure would truly change leadership. When Lord Hanzo would return, these civilians might believe that Amigakure had indeed changed leaders. However, did Lord Hanzo really have no intention of passing on the leadership position to Byakuya? If he truly had no such intention, why did Lord Hanzo take Byakuya as his disciple yesterday? Could it be that Lord Hanzo is seriously ill, and yesterday was to settle his affairs? After a moment of imagination, the Rain Ninja completely gave up their thoughts of resistance, blending in with the surrounding crowd. Shigeru, who witnessed everything, had a complete breakdown in mentality. Wasn't there anyone in Amigakure who could put up a decent resistance? Why did everyone choose to surrender just like him? Aren't they afraid of Lord Hanzo returning for retribution? However, what Shigeru didn't know was that Lord Hanzo had already taken away all the capable forces to deal with the Akatsuki, leaving behind only pacifists and wavering individuals in the village. Moreover, the Akatsuki's reputation wasn't bad. Heck, it was even better than Amigakure's. Many ninjas who frequently traveled in the countryside knew that Amigakure's status in the towns was inferior to that of the Akatsuki. Regardless of who won, both were ninja organizations of the Land of Rain. For these low-level ninjas and civilians, there was a difference, but it wasn't significant. With the support of the crowd, Byakuya smoothly entered Hanzo's office. Sitting down on the genuine leather chair, He began flipping through the documents on the desk. Byakuya, delighted by what he saw, picked up a pen from the table and began reviewing the documents. Seeing this scene, the Amigakure ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Byakuya was merely handling official business. Normally, Lord Hanzo didn't handle these matters, so Byakuya helping out was a sign of relief. If Byakuya couldn't control them, the entire village of Amigakure would be in danger. At the same time Byakuya took over Amigakure, Hanzo also arrived at the meeting place. The meeting place was a basin surrounded by mountains on three sides, perfect for ambushes and sneak attacks. However, in the center of the basin, there were several chairs placed for negotiations. Yahiko, who had been waiting there for some time, greeted Hanzo with a smile as soon as he arrived. "Hanzo-senpai, I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet. I've also heard of Leader Yahiko's reputation." "You're even younger than I imagined," replied Hanzo. After exchanging pleasantries, they both sat on the chairs, staring cautiously at the gorge behind each other. They each appeared to have only 3 to 5 guards with them, but no one knew how many were hidden in the shadows. This negotiation between the Akatsuki and Amigakure was less about reconciliation and more about sizing each other up. If one side had fewer people, they might just be devoured by the other. After a few more exchanges, Yahiko asked, "Lord Hanzo, do you happen to know where Byakuya is right now?" Hanzo smiled and clapped his hands, signaling for his subordinates to bring Byakuya out. "Leader Yahiko, Byakuya is now my disciple. I will of course fulfill my promise and release him. But before that, I'd like to have a good chat with Leader Yahiko about the Land of Rain." Upon seeing Byakuya's figure, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Hanzo. "Lord Hanzo, if you're interested, I certainly won't refuse. I also want to exchange experiences with you. Speaking of which, Lord Hanzo has always been my idol." "Is that so? Then I am truly honored," replied Hanzo, chatting casually with Yahiko while waiting for Danzo's move. However, after waiting for quite a while, there seemed to be no movement from Danzo's side. This puzzled Hanzo. Could it be that Danzo had betrayed him? If he relied only on his subordinates, they could win this ambush, but the losses would be too great. What Hanzo didn't know was that Danzo was also in a dilemma. Hidden in the shadows, he was surprised to discover that there were also a large number of ninjas hidden on the opposite side. If he launched an attack, the losses on his side would be immense. So, both Hanzo and Danzo were waiting for the other to make the first move, trapped in a dilemma. At this moment, Yahiko suddenly stopped chatting and stared into Hanzo's eyes. "Lord Hanzo, we've been chatting for so long. Isn't it time to release him?" After a pause, Yahiko shouted to the surroundings. "Ninjas hiding in the shadows, there's no need to conceal yourselves anymore. Come out!" Chapter 80, Hanzo's Trap and Yahiko's Counterattack. "Ninjas hiding in the shadows, come out from your hiding places." Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Hanzo clicked his tongue. Yahiko wasn't as foolish as he had imagined, since he had guessed that Hanzo had laid an ambush in the shadows. Since that was the case, Hanzo decided not to hide anymore. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of elite Amigakure ninjas appeared behind Hanzo, each fully armed and with a fierce look in their eyes. Is this Hanzo-sama's sincerity? Yahiko's face darkened at the sight of the densely packed Amigakure ninjas. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't followed the agreement to bring a large number of Akatsuki elites to this meeting place. Otherwise, today could have been disastrous, and he might have lost his life here. Thinking this, Yahiko waved his hand behind him, and a large number of ninjas appeared. The appearance of the two groups made the atmosphere at the negotiating table extremely tense. They scrutinized each other's forces, silently assessing the strength of both sides. The moment Hanzo saw the Akatsuki ninjas, he knew his ambush plan had failed. However, this also proved the threat posed by the Akatsuki. Even if it meant suffering heavy casualties, he was determined to eliminate the core members of the Akatsuki here. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo spoke to Yahiko. "Yahiko, I never expected that in just over a year, you would gather so many ninjas under your command. Given a few more years, you might truly become a force to be reckoned with. This is all thanks to Hanzo-sama. If Hanzo-sama hadn't turned a blind eye to the situation in the Land of Rain, they wouldn't have chosen to join Akatsuki, Yahiko replied, looking directly into Hanzo's eyes, his tone sharp and piercing. Upon hearing Yahiko's sarcasm, Hanzo's face darkened. What Yahiko said was true. If he had focused on governing the Amigakure and the Land of Rain in these past years, Yahiko wouldn't have so many ninjas under his command. But the limits of the Land of Rain were apparent. No matter how much he developed it, there was only so much progress that could be made. Since he couldn't see any hope of becoming the 6th great ninja village, he might as well let things take their course. As long as the borders were sealed, everything would gradually improve. However, upon seeing Yahiko, Hanzo seemed to see another version of himself and said coldly, "Yahiko, becoming a leader is even more difficult than you imagine. Relying solely on unity and giving the villagers small favors won't govern the Land of Rain. You don't know how strong the enemies facing the Land of Rain are, nor do you know how difficult it is to truly govern," Hanzo added sharply. "Once the Land of Rain harbors ambitions of rising and becoming stronger, it will attract the covetous eyes of the 3 surrounding major nations, and they will jointly target the Land of Rain." At this point, Hanzo completely disregarded any concerns of his ally, Danzo. Is this the reason why Hanzo-sama has let things slide? Yahiko's face was filled with disappointment. Meeting him in person, he realized that the Amigakure's hero he had admired, Hanzo of the Salamander, had degenerated into a senile old man. Pausing for a moment, Yahiko continued with heartfelt anguish, "Hanzo-sama, making changes would be a good thing. Someday, we can achieve our dreams." Hanzo remained expressionless, showing no interest in Yahiko's rhetoric. He hadn't forgotten that today's goal was to eliminate the Akatsuki, not debate with them. He only needed to physically resolve Yahiko and his people. With this in mind, Hanzo stopped wasting words and used the body flicker technique to bring Byakuya over. At this moment, Byakuya was tightly bound with ropes, a poisonous blade pressed against his neck, fear evident on his face. Seeing this scene, Yahiko frowned deeply. "Hanzo, what is the meaning of this?" Hanzo remained emotionless as he calmly stated, "Yahiko, I didn't come here today to negotiate. I came to give you a choice. Are you choosing to watch Byakuya die, or are you willing to exchange your life for his?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko froze. Nearby, Conan and Nagato were also stunned. Hanzo's true purpose in coming to negotiate this time was unexpectedly to force Yahiko into a situation where he would either watch Byakuya die or offer his own life. The Akatsuki had never done anything against the Amigakure, and Yahiko's hands were not stained with blood. However, Yahiko found himself caught in a dilemma. Hanzo had given him a difficult choice. If Yahiko refused to sacrifice himself, Byakuya would be killed directly. But if Yahiko really died, would Hanzo truly honor the agreement? At this moment, Yahiko suddenly remembered what Byakuya had once told him, that when faced with a dilemma, no matter how you choose, it's always wrong. The best solution is to make them face the same dilemma. If all else failed, simply beat the questioner senseless, and the problem would be perfectly resolved. Back then, he had thought Byakuya was being unreasonable, behaving like a child, stubborn and unreasonable. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to make the same decision. Once trapped in a trap of self-proving, he would completely lose the initiative. After signaling to Nagato and the others behind him, Yahiko showed a determined look, advancing towards Hanzo while voicing a soul-searching question. "Hanzo, I can agree to your demands, but how can you guarantee you won't break your promise?" Upon hearing this, Hanzo smiled faintly, then replied seriously, "I swear by the name of Hanzo of the Salamander, I will absolutely not betray you. And losing your Akatsuki won't be so terrifying." Hearing this, Yahiko sighed softly and continued to approach Hanzo. Just as he was about to reach Hanzo, Yahiko suddenly drew the short sword from his waist and thrust it directly at Hanzo's body. Taking down Hanzo would solve everything. Seizing this opportunity, Konan and Nagato also disappeared on the spot, using body flicker technique to rescue Byakuya. Swish! But Yahiko's attack missed as Hanzo effortlessly dodged his strike. Simultaneously, Hanzo glanced towards where Konan and Nagato had disappeared, and with a low growl, he roared. Fire style, exploding flame formation. The ground beneath Byakuya suddenly transformed into exploding tags, seemingly imbued with life as they flew towards Konan and Nagato, causing a dense explosion. The exploding tags naturally couldn't harm Konan and Nagato, but Byakuya might not be as fortunate. As Konan and Nagato anxiously looked towards Byakuya, a figure emerged from the flames, not Byakuya, but someone completely unfamiliar to them. That's not Byakuya. Where is Byakuya? Realizing this, Konan and Nagato were puzzled. Meanwhile, Yahiko looked towards Hanzo and demanded, Hanzo, where have you hidden Byakuya? Hanzo looked bewildered. In truth, he had no idea where Byakuya had gone. However, since his plan to make Yahiko commit suicide had failed, he now had to deal with these young individuals himself. Issuing a kill-on-sight order, Hanzo unsheathed a sickle attached to a chain from his waist and lunged toward Yahiko's position. Chapter 81, Experiencing the Might of a Demigod. In the narrow basin, the Akatsuki and Amigekure were engaged in a fierce battle. The cause of the fight was not just a mere misunderstanding, the deeper reason was a clash of ideologies. As the new faction in the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki were not satisfied with their current status and challenged Amigekure. Amigekure, being an established power, was also unwilling to see the rise of the Akatsuki, as it threatened their position. To the observer, Danzo, it did not matter who would win or lose. He was only concerned with weakening Amigekure and gaining enough benefits from the situation. Standing on a cliff, Danzo looked down at the battlefield below while waiting for the right moment to step in. Among the combatants, he focused particularly on Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. These three ninjas, who had been taught by Jiraiya, were exceptionally strong. Each had the strength of a Jonin, and together they could hold their own against Hanzo. This fact made Danzo frown. It was worth noting that the last ninjas who had fought Hanzo to a standstill were called the Sannin of Konoha, who now held significant positions in the ninja world. Although Hanzo's strength had diminished with age and he had not yet summoned his salamander, his signature summoned beast, it still proved the potential of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. It was a grave mistake that Jiraiya had nurtured such ninjas in an enemy nation and not brought them back to Konoha. After both sides would exhaust most of their strength, Danzo would give the order to assist Hanzo's forces. However, he stayed on the cliff, with no intention of joining the fight, which puzzled Ryoma Aburame standing beside him. After all, Danzo usually acted alongside them. Danzo glanced at Ryoma, understanding his thoughts but feeling no obligation to explain. The reason he had not joined the battle was that he sensed something was amiss. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the explosion of an explosive tag array, but the person at the center of the explosion was not Byakuya, but someone else. So where exactly was Byakuya? What was Byakuya planning? These doubts made Danzo hesitant. The current situation was completely out of his control, and his instincts told him not to act rashly and to be ready to retreat at any moment. Down below. Utilizing his instant water technique, Hanzo dodged the explosion of the explosive tags and reappeared several meters away. He wiped the water off his face and looked in the direction of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, with his eyes filled with wariness. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all possessed the strength of Jonin. Yahiko was the easiest to deal with. His style was the most traditional, relying on one or two signature jutsu and passable taijutsu. Hanzo could take him down in less than a minute in a one-on-one fight. But Konan and Nagato were much more challenging. Konan's paper-release secret technique could neutralize Hanzo's taijutsu. To counter her, his water-release techniques were not significantly effective against her. He could only rely on his advanced body flicker technique to continually dodge. Nagato's taijutsu was poor, even worse than an average chunin, but he possessed many strange abilities. Hanzo did not even try to get too close to Nagato, always avoiding direct confrontation with him. When the three of them joined forces, Hanzo felt unprecedented pressure, greater than he had felt when fighting the Sannin in the past. He couldn't tell if it was because he had grown old or because these young ninjas were exceptionally strong. Bancho Tenin. Universal Pull. Hearing Nagato's muffled chant, Hanzo quickly used his instant water technique to dodge, landing on a rock. He looked up at the cliff, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. What kind of jutsu were these mysterious gravitational and repulsive forces? Why hadn't Danzo joined the fight himself? Wasn't he worried that after Hanzo was taken down, these brats would gang up on him? Or had Danzo secretly allied with the Akatsuki? Shinra Tensei. Almighty Puck! Barely dodging the repulsive force attack, Hanzo was hit directly by an explosive tag, causing his internal energy to surge, breaking several ribs. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Hanzo glanced at his heavily wounded subordinates. He had used all his conventional jutsu and still couldn't deal with these Akatsuki brats. The only option left was to rely on his salamander and unleash an indiscriminate poison attack. Even though it would kill many of his own men due to its indiscriminate nature, there was no other choice left. Using his substitution technique again, Hanzo put several hundred meters between himself and his opponents. Biting his finger, he slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Summoning technique." Instantly, a thick white smoke formed at the spot. Upon seeing the white smoke, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato immediately pulled back and called out to their subordinates, "Everyone, fall back 5 kilometers and put on your gas masks." The Amigakure ninjas and Konoha's root members also quickly donned their masks as well, all having heard of the deadly poison of Hanzo's salamander. A few seconds later, the dense white smoke dispersed, revealing the salamander's axolotl-like true form. Standing on its head was a young figure chewing on a grass stalk. The young figure was Byakuya. When the salamander was summoned, Byakuya jumped onto its back, being transported to the battlefield along with it. Byakuya's striking entrance drew everyone's attention. Seeing Byakuya appear with the salamander, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were stunned. They had never expected him to show up in such a manner. "Byakuya, so you're okay, but how did you end up here?" Yahiko asked worriedly. Nagato and Konan also expressed their concern, but more than that, they were shocked. "We'll catch up later." Byakuya leaped off the salamander and looked at Hanzo ahead, speaking in a calm tone. "Hanzo-sensei, I'm here to inform you that I've taken over Amigakure. If you don't want to die, it's best to surrender as soon as possible. I don't want to be known as a teacher killer, although my reputation isn't that great to begin with." Taken over Amigakure? Even Yahiko was stunned by this revelation. He had been fighting on the front lines, planning how to rescue Byakuya and even engaging in battle with Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure. And now, he was being told that Byakuya was not only safe but had also taken control of Hanzo's village. The twists and turns of the situation and the sheer volume of information left him struggling to comprehend it all. However, Hanzo quickly pieced it together. Byakuya had not only managed to deceive him but had also, in just one morning, gained control of his summoning beast and taken over Amigakure. After accomplishing all this, Byakuya now stood before him, claiming he did not want to kill him. Feeling an indescribable sense of humiliation, Hanzo gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Byakuya, slashing down hard. However, Byakuya merely glanced at Hanzo before the adamantine chains behind him blocked the attack. "If Hanzo-sensei wants to fight, then as your student, I have no choice but to experience the might of a demigod firsthand." Chapter 82, The Demigod Has Grown Old. Uzumaki Clan Sealing Jutsu, Adamantine Sealing Chains. Hanzo, knowledgeable and experienced, immediately recognized the sealing technique Byakuya used, his expression darkening further. He had originally thought that Nagato was the only Uzumaki descendant within the Akatsuki, but he hadn't expected Byakuya to also be connected to the Uzumaki clan. Recalling that Nagato and the others were Jiraiya's disciples, Hanzo began to suspect that all of this might be a Konoha conspiracy. After all, no matter who won or lost this battle, Konoha would benefit. However, he knew Danzo well enough to understand that Danzo's personal interests always outweighed those of the village, so the outcome of this battle was still uncertain. As long as Danzo joined the fight, there was still hope for victory on their side. Thinking this, Hanzo looked towards Danzo's direction. Following Hanzo, all eyes turned to the cliff, focusing on Danzo. Feeling the eyes on him, Danzo's face darkened. He immediately turned and fled, leaving only a few loyal subordinates behind, disappearing from the cliff. If Hanzo had gained the upper hand, Danzo would have naturally gone to claim benefits, solidify their friendship, and capture valuable prisoners for research. But the current situation suggested that Hanzo had grown old. Facing Jiraiya's 3 disciples was already very strenuous for him, and the hope for victory was very slim. Byakuya's appearance was the final straw that shattered Danzo's intention to get involved. In the end, Hanzo, who had his salamander controlled, had lost his value. Sensing the direction Danzo fled, Byakuya squinted slightly, then turned to Hanzo and said, "Hanzo-sensei, your reinforcements seem to have run away." Hanzo didn't need Byakuya to point it out to understand that Danzo had betrayed him. However, he didn't have time to dwell on the betrayal. He was facing 4 young but powerful elite jonin. Leader Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, you should deal with the rest of the soldiers. Byakuya stopped Yahiko and the others who were trying to encircle Hanzo and walked straight towards Hanzo himself. He wanted to use Hanzo, the so-called demigod, to test his own strength. Exchanging glances, Byakuya and Hanzo wasted no words and immediately clashed. The first round was purely a taijutsu battle. Byakuya felt the pressure from Hanzo's swift attacks. The fierce onslaught left him no time to use ninjutsu. He had to rely on the passive abilities of his paper release to dodge Hanzo's slashes. The second round was a battle of ninjutsu. The paper release techniques rained down like a storm, clashing against Hanzo's water release jutsu. Byakuya felt immense pressure. Unlike the typical water release techniques that rely on sheer force, Hanzo's water techniques were incredibly cunning. He timed each water release perfectly, interspersing small, unpredictable jutsus in the gaps of their combat. Despite his passive paper release abilities, Byakuya was still covered in wounds. After several exchanges, Byakuya began to understand Hanzo's skills. Hanzo was a ninja who had mastered traditional techniques to their fullest potential, truly deserving of the title of demigod. First, Hanzo's taijutsu was exceptionally strong, likely capable of instantly defeating an average jonin in his prime. Second, when combined with his salamander, Hanzo could release poisonous gas to clear the battlefield, making him a balanced fighter in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, the pinnacle of what a mortal ninja could achieve. The only drawback was that Hanzo didn't possess any Kekkei Jinkai. He was merely an ordinary person. Now, having lost his salamander and expended much of his stamina in prolonged battles, Hanzo was showing signs of fatigue and could no longer afford to sustain any more injuries. Byakuya, on the other hand, was different due to his Uzumaki bloodline and would release inheritance. His basic stats were exceptionally strong, and his flesh could regenerate instantly, only requiring minimal chakra expenditure. Thus, even though his taijutsu and ninjutsu proficiency were not as high as Hanzo's, Byakuya still managed to gain the upper hand. Seeing Byakuya's wounds heal at a visible rate, Hanzo's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Byakuya to possess such strength. If Byakuya was this powerful, why did he join the Akatsuki? Wouldn't joining Amigakure have been better? After pondering for a moment, Hanzo removed his gas mask and began to breathe freely, allowing the poison within his body to disperse around him, holding nothing back. Clang! Hanzo and Byakuya clashed once more, their blades striking sparks. After creating some distance, Byakuya glanced at Hanzo, who had removed his mask, and then donned his own gas mask, covering his body with a sealing jutsu barrier. Next, Byakuya used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Hanzo, slowly raising his palm. With a soft squelch, a wooden spike pierced through Hanzo's body. Hanzo looked at the spike protruding from his body, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Byakuya. This was no ordinary weapon, it was the long-lost would-release Kekkei Jinkai. Byakuya had not only mastered the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques but also possessed the first Hokage's would-release. Seeing the shock in Hanzo's eyes, Byakuya said calmly, "Hanzo-sensei, you should surrender. If you surrender now, I can guarantee the safety of Amigakure. You wouldn't want to see your villagers and loyal subordinates skinned alive, to suffer, would you?" Hanzo remained in a state of shock. The sight of would-release had shaken him deeply. Although he considered himself the demigod of the ninja world, it was a title given out of respect, not an indication of true divinity. As for the god of Shinobi, the first Hokage, it was a title that emerged as invincible after Hashirama Senju, with very high prestige. After carefully listening to Byakuya's words, Hanzo gradually began to think rationally. It seemed that his adopted disciple was using the threat of civilians and subordinates to ambush him, lacking the grandeur expected of someone with the would-release bloodline, more like a conspirator hiding in the corner. He, and even Yahiko of the Akatsuki, seemed to have been manipulated by Byakuya. Byakuya was the mastermind behind all of this, the ultimate winner. After casting a complex look at Byakuya, Hanzo nodded towards him and then waved his hand towards his remaining subordinates, saying, "Surrender. We have lost this time." Upon hearing this, the Amigakure ninjas who were still in battle dropped their weapons one after another and chose to surrender. For them, many of the Akatsuki ninjas were former comrades, making it difficult for them to strike hard. Hanzo's words now provided them with a suitable reason to surrender. Soon, on the battlefield, only the root ninjas continued to struggle. But under the onslaught of the Akatsuki, they couldn't make much of an impact, and soon, those who could not flee died. This innocent trap orchestrated by Hanzo and Danzo ultimately miscalculated. Chapter 83, The Birth of Akatsuki's Will. On the way back, Hanzo sat in the same prisoner carriage that Byakuya once occupied. The carriage was luxuriously decorated and comfortable, but it couldn't change the fact that Hanzo was a prisoner. Staring at the gray sky, Hanzo felt an overwhelming complexity in his heart. He didn't know where he had lost. Was it due to the decline in strength that comes with age, or because he had lost his conviction? All he knew was that he was a loser now, uncertain of what fate held for him. Unlike Hanzo of the Salamander, the Akatsuki members responsible for escorting him felt that the scene before them was somewhat surreal, probably an illusion. In just a few months, the Akatsuki had transformed from an underground organization active within the borders of the Land of Rain into a powerful group capable of defeating a ninja village. Hanzo, a hero of Amigakure, had also been captured alive by Byakuya. They weren't sure why Hanzo had surrendered, but one thing was certain: Hanzo had lost miserably when facing the higher-ups of the Akatsuki. After checking the seals on Hanzo, Byakuya returned to Yahiko and the others. Yahiko, unable to understand the situation, asked, "Byakuya, what happened after you were taken to Amigakure? How did you suddenly become Hanzo's disciple and even control the salamander? And what did you say to Hanzo to make him surrender?" Hearing Yahiko's questions, Konan also looked at Byakuya. They had too many doubts they wanted to be answered. Byakuya showed a mysterious expression and cautiously glanced around, before answering. "It was because of the will of Akatsuki. I firmly believe in the will of Akatsuki. It was this will that gave me the strength to see through Hanzo's schemes and successfully persuade Hanzo-sensei to surrender." Byakuya's answer was very formulaic, but it made Yahiko and Konan stunned for a moment. Will of Akatsuki? What the fuck, this dude is so high on? Who in the organization didn't know that Byakuya was the least believer in Akatsuki's ideals? And wasn't it still just a conceptual stage? How did it suddenly become the will of Akatsuki? Moreover, such a thing as the will of Akatsuki couldn't possibly enhance one's strength. Facing Yahiko and Konan's skeptical gazes, Byakuya looked innocent. He had clearly confided in his comrades, which was a display of immense courage, yet Yahiko and Konan simply didn't believe him. His strength had indeed grown along with the development of Akatsuki. He was just being honest. Feeling helpless, Byakuya slowly began to speak. I told Hanzo-sensei that if he didn't surrender, I would control the salamander to release its poison within Amigakure. Hearing this, Yahiko and Konan gasped but nodded in agreement. Byakuya had actually used the lives of civilians to coerce Hanzo into surrendering. Although extremely cruel and inhumane, it was definitely something Byakuya would do. After a brief pause, Byakuya continued, as for the matters in Amigakure, I had spies planted in advance. I knew long ago that Hanzo planned to act against the Akatsuki, but you never believed me. It was also easy to fool Hanzo, all we needed was someone to use the transformation jutsu. As for provoking Hanzo into starting the war, that's enough. Yahiko raised his hand to stop Byakuya from continuing. He didn't want to hear any more details from Byakuya. Yahiko could tolerate Byakuya's boastful attitude, but provoking Hanzo into starting a war? Byakuya, weren't you supposed to be the victim? How could this have been premeditated? If Byakuya continued, Yahiko might start doubting the true nature of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki was supposed to be a peace-loving organization advocating mutual understanding, but now it sounded sinister, like an underground terrorist organization. You were the one who asked. Byakuya's eyes showed a hint of grievance. Yahiko couldn't stand that look. However, things had already reached this point, and pursuing it further would be pointless. At least, the Akatsuki was free from Amigakure's constraints and could now develop freely. At this moment, Konan noticed that the path ahead wasn't leading back to the base. She asked, puzzled, Yahiko, Byakuya, isn't this the route to the base? Of course not. We're going to take over Amigakure. After defeating Hanzo of the Salamander, we are the rulers of the Land of Rain. Byakuya and Yahiko nodded in agreement. They both understood that after defeating Hanzo, Amigakure naturally fell under Akatsuki's control. With Amigakure as a platform, they could better develop the Akatsuki. A few hours later, Byakuya and the others arrived at Amigakure. Looking at Amigakure, shrouded in rain, Yahiko felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Excitement because the Akatsuki would finally have a ninja village of their own. Anxiety because he wasn't sure if they could really manage a village, or even a country, in the future. He still remembered everything Hanzo had said to him. He worried that he might become the next Hanzo, only to be defeated by a future version of the Akatsuki, starting an endless cycle. When they reached the gates of Amigakure, two factions were confronting each other. Since Byakuya had been taken away by the summoning jutsu, the atmosphere in Amigakure had become tense. The ninjas representing the Akatsuki and Hanzo's factions were on the verge of conflict, as if a battle could break out at any moment. However, they all knew that the real outcome would be decided on the main battlefield. So, both sides maintained their restraint. At that moment, the two factions noticed Byakuya and the others leading the way. The ninjas from Hanzo's faction knew their leader had been defeated, marking them as the losers. However, Hanzo's defeat didn't necessarily mean their complete loss. As long as the village still existed, they would rely on it. They put down their weapons and greeted them with humble smiles, showing respect as they approached. Lord Byakuya, welcome, welcome. Byakuya glanced at them and said indifferently, if you need anything, speak to Leader Yahiko. I'm very busy, so do not disturb me. After speaking, Byakuya walked deeper into Amigakure, disappearing from everyone's sight. Byakuya had little interest in dealing with opportunists. Handling internal affairs was troublesome and offered little benefit. It was better to leave it to someone with more affinity like Yahiko. Byakuya preferred to remain a silent major stakeholder. Moreover, Hanzo had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth over the years, all of which needed to be managed by his disciple. After Byakuya left, the Amigakure Jonin turned to Yahiko with a flattering expression and said, Lord Yahiko, shall we have a discussion? Yahiko took a deep breath and nodded. He knew this group were opportunists/bootlickers, but unlike Byakuya, he needed to start getting used to dealing with them. If not handled properly, this group would eventually become a hidden threat within the village. He planned to use Akatsuki's rules to restrain these people's behavior and gradually reform Amigakure and the Land of Rain. Chapter 84, Change of Leadership. 3 days had passed since the Akatsuki took control of Amigakure. In this short period, the ninjas of Amigakure had transitioned from initial anxiety to gradually adapting to Akatsuki's rules. Overall, the Akatsuki's regulations weren't much different from those during Hanzo's rule. However, the newly appointed Yahiko was far more diligent than the complacent Hanzo. Yahiko not only handled the Land of Rain's various requests punctually but also showed great concern for the villagers and the lower-ranking ninjas. These efforts were enough to endear Yahiko to the villagers of Amigakure. Under Hanzo's rule, the village had been a place of misery and hardship. Of course, in these few days, several remnants of Hanzo's faction noticed Yahiko's leniency and attempted to cause trouble. However, they often disappeared without a trace before they could act. This reminded the remaining Amigakure ninjas of Byakuya's terrifying nature. Unlike the mild-mannered Yahiko, Byakuya was known for his decisive and ruthless strikes against any rebellious ninjas. With a combination of rewards and punishment, the Akatsuki effectively completed their takeover of Amigakure. Once everything settled down, Byakuya was summoned to the Amigakure Tower. Seeing Yahiko seated in the leader's chair, with Nagato, Konan, and others by his side, Byakuya instinctively frowned and asked, "Yahiko, why did you call me here? Are Hanzo's remnants causing trouble again?" Yahiko gently shook his head, thinking to himself that Byakuya's bloodlust was indeed strong. However, without Byakuya's thunderous methods, Hanzo's old followers would never have conceded. After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko spoke, "I called you here today to fulfill our agreement from the other day. Do you remember our bet?" Byakuya nodded slightly and replied, "Of course I remember, and you've already lost that bet." Hearing this, Yahiko sighed softly and said, "Yes, I overestimated Hanzo's magnanimity. He really did act against the Akatsuki, even though we had no intention of ruling Amigakure. I told you, you were too naive. Byakuya, you were right." Yahiko nodded and continued, "So, now you are the leader of the Akatsuki. If you wish, you can also become the leader of Amigakure and guide us forward." At this point, Konan and Nagato, who were standing beside Yahiko, were taken aback but did not object. Although Byakuya was immature in some aspects, he was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to their victory. Without Byakuya, it might have taken the Akatsuki many more years to control the Land of Rain. More importantly, Yahiko realized his own weakness and acknowledged that he was not fit to be the leader of the organization. "I will become the leader of the Akatsuki." Pausing for a moment, Byakuya stared at Yahiko and said seriously, "But you should remain the leader of Amigakure. I don't like dealing with nobles and officials. Compared to me, you are more suited to be a true leader." Byakuya was speaking from his heart. Having proven himself with the necessary judgment and resolve, Yahiko had become a competent leader and was the perfect choice to lead Amigakure. As for Byakuya, he only needed to serve as the head of the Akatsuki from the shadows. In just a few sentences, the matter of who would lead the Akatsuki and who would lead Amigakure was settled. Naturally, Konan and Nagato became elders of Amigakure. Following this, Yahiko earnestly asked Byakuya how to manage Amigakure and the Land of Rain. Unlike previous occasions, Byakuya didn't boast. Instead, he handed Yahiko a small booklet containing governance methods he had read about in his past life. These could serve as references for Yahiko. Since the past life and the ninja world were vastly different, many methods couldn't be directly applied. Yahiko accepted the booklet and, after casually flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up as he found solutions to many previously troubling issues. After completing the handover of leadership at the meeting, Byakuya planned to leave. Now that he was the leader of the Akatsuki, he could expand his departments without restraint, allowing for greater feedback. Before leaving, Byakuya suddenly remembered something important and turned to look at Yahiko. Seeing Byakuya's gaze, Yahiko showed a puzzled expression. "Byakuya, is there something else?" Byakuya nodded and asked, "By the way, is the Akatsuki an organization under Amigakure, or is Amigakure subordinate to the Akatsuki? Is there a difference? Yahiko didn't understand Byakuya's point. Byakuya shook his head and explained, I believe the Akatsuki's status should be above Amigakure. After all, our vision shouldn't be confined to the land of rain. The Akatsuki's ideology needs to spread across the entire ninja world. Byakuya's words resonated with Yahiko. The Akatsuki certainly couldn't be limited to Amigakure. However, with the Akatsuki's current strength, controlling Amigakure was already their limit. It would take several years just to stabilize the land of rain. Setting their sights beyond the land of rain now seemed a bit overly ambitious. But Yahiko wasn't one to dwell on details. He said, if you wish, the Akatsuki's status can be above Amigakure, but for now, the Akatsuki and Amigakure are one entity with no distinction. Just asking casually. Byakuya said as he left the Amigakure office, hearing a series of system notifications in his mind. Amigakure Ninja XX has joined the Akatsuki. You have received chakra fragments. Amigakure Ninja XX has joined the Akatsuki. You have received water release fragments. Amigakure Salamander has joined the Akatsuki. You have received salamander poison. Amigakure. Sitting in the central tower, Byakuya clicked through the notifications for several minutes before claiming all the rewards. The system's rewards included ninja technique packs, chakra insights, and fragments. Although the joining of Amigakure ninjas didn't bring high-level secret techniques or bloodline limits, they significantly boosted Byakuya's basic stats. The system's final evaluation also upgraded from initial Kage level to mid-Kage level. Byakuya generally trusted the system's power evaluations, but not entirely. He could go toe-to-toe with Hanzo of the Salamander even at the initial Kage level. Although Hanzo didn't have his salamander with him and had been exhausted by a series of battles, Byakuya also didn't fully utilize his wood release and yin-yang release abilities. Both sides had held back, so the initial Kage level rating was questionable. Not dwelling on it for long, Byakuya closed the system panel and headed to the Umbu base. He had one important task left to complete, persuading Hanzo to join the Akatsuki. Despite his age, status, and diminished power, Hanzo still held considerable value. It would be a waste to turn him into just another Pain's Path. Chapter 85, The Death of the Demigod. In the VIP prison of the Umbu base, Byakuya encountered a disheartened Hanzo. After losing to the young members of the Akatsuki, this demigod seemed to have lost all his vitality and spirit. He now looked like a decaying old man waiting for death, exuding an air of rot. Hearing footsteps echoing down the corridor, Hanzo lifted his eyelids. Seeing that the visitor was Byakuya, he gathered his remaining energy, his eyes filled with complexity, and slowly spoke, Byakuya, why have you come? To send this old man off? Yahiko wanted to kill you, but I persuaded him to spare your life, Byakuya replied. It's only you who truly wants me dead, Hanzo said with a hint of helplessness. He knew Byakuya was but a true mastermind, a devil in human's clothing. In comparison, Yahiko was far more sincere and honest. If not for Byakuya, he would have already eliminated the Akatsuki. Byakuya shook his head and sighed, I saved your life, and yet you doubt my intentions. Do you really think that without joining the Akatsuki, I couldn't have played Yahiko and the others to their deaths? Hearing this, Hanzo squinted his eyes, wanting to hear more of Byakuya's words. Do you know why I joined the Akatsuki, Hanzo-sensei? Aside from Nagato being my clanmate, it's because Nagato possesses the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? Hanzo's expression stiffened. During their previous battle, he had suspected Nagato's eyes were the Rinnegan. Now, hearing Byakuya confirm it, he was utterly shocked. The Rinnegan, like the Byakugan and Sharingan, was one of the three great dojutsu, but it was the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, with power enough to change the world. Byakuya continued, Hanzo-sensei, your strength is considerable, but can you compare to the Rinnegan? Remember the Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin that Nagato used? Those are just a few of the many abilities of the Rinnegan. Besides, Nagato can't even utilize a tenth of its power. If you had harmed Yahiko and driven Nagato to despair, do you think you and Amigakure would have survived? I was merely preventing Nagato and the others from losing hope. If they lost hope, the world would have followed the path of true bloodshed. Hanzo fell silent, his back drenched in sweat. If the Rinnegan was indeed that powerful, everything Byakuya said could very well happen. In that case, he would be doomed. However, after thinking carefully, Hanzo's gaze fell on Byakuya. Compared to the idealistic Nagato and others, Byakuya was the real monster, his terror no less than Nagato's. First, Byakuya was 3 to 5 years younger than Nagato, yet his mind far surpassed his age. Second, Byakuya's strength was not to be underestimated. He was proficient in Uzumaki sealing techniques, the secret art of paper release, and possessed the would-release bloodline limit. In their recent battle, he had forced Hanzo to surrender through sheer force. At this age and strength, not even the resurrected first Hokage could compare. Realizing this, Hanzo's eyes filled with dread as he cautiously asked, "Byakuya, what do you want from me? What is your ambition?" Ambition? Byakuya sneered, then sighed as if remembering something, perhaps to see a world filled with peace, or maybe to restore the fallen Uzumaki. Uzumaki? So, you're an Uzumaki ninja? Seeing Hanzo taking the bait, Byakuya nodded slightly. I was once a ninja from Uzumaki. Finding Nagato and the others was part of my plan to rebuild a new Uzumaki here in the Land of Rain. But I just changed my mind. I think the new Uzumaki should be established in the Land of Whirlpool. To achieve this goal, I need to amass enough strength to seize that land and still have the power to fend off any counterattacks. Hanzo stared intently at Byakuya and countered, rebuilding a nation. What a lofty ideal. And what about your would-release bloodline limit? I don't know either. It awakened recently, Byakuya said, feigning confusion. But this bloodline is excellent for controlling people. I plan to plant a would-release seed in you to prevent you from contacting your old subordinates. If I've chosen to surrender, I won't cause trouble, Hanzo said, his tone resigned. But I'm curious, how will Yahiko and the others react when they learn about your ambition? Yahiko will not betray me. I will assist him in developing Amigakure and the Land of Rain. If we can't develop Amigakure into a village that surpasses the 5 great shinobi villages, then there's no hope for Uzumaki-kure's restoration to begin with. Byakuya paused, then extended his hand towards Hanzo. So, Hanzo-sensei, are you willing to join my Akatsuki and make the Land of Rain great again? Make the Land of Rain great again? Hanzo muttered, seeing in Byakuya a reflection of his younger self. The difference was that Byakuya was stronger and more ambitious, not just aiming to match the 5 great shinobi villages but to become number 1. That was a dream Hanzo had never dared to imagine in his youth. Trembling, Hanzo extended his arm but then withdrew it quickly, muttering to himself, "It's impossible. Amigakure can never surpass the 5 great shinobi villages. The fate of the Land of Rain is to be confined to this battleground. No matter how many attempts, it will always return to square one, if not worse." Seeing the demoralized Hanzo, Byakuya's eyes filled with contempt as he sneered, "This is the so-called demigod of the ninja world, the former idol of Yahiko and Nagato? It seems you're just a coward who fears the 5 great shinobi villages' retaliation. You're just someone who indulges in comfort and fears death. I admire Hanzo who wields the sword against the 5 great ninja villages, but I hate the corrupt demigods." Upon hearing Byakuya's mocking words, Hanzo knew he was deliberately provoking him, attempting to reignite his spirit. However, his original intentions had long been lost in the rainforests of the Land of Rain. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Land of Rain's hope, Hanzo sighed and said, "Stop provoking me. If it's for the Land of Rain, then I agree. But my old bones are of little use now. Don't expect too much from this demigod." Demigod? Hearing this, Byakuya shook his head and replied, "Amigakure doesn't need the protection of a demigod, but the Akatsuki does need qualified instructors to train ninjas who operate in the darkness. If you want to join us, the first thing you must do is abandon the title of demigod." The name of Demigod only attracts attention and brings no real benefits. Also, it is cringe. Chapter 86, Byakuya's Strategy. Byakuya's words left Hanzo momentarily silent. He wasn't clear why Byakuya dismissed the title of demigod. Although there was a significant gap between being a demigod and being a god of shinobi, the title of demigod brought tangible benefits to the Land of Rain. Without it, the Land of Rain would likely have been drawn into the upcoming Great Ninja War, a war not just between Akatsuki and Amigakure, but a massive conflict sweeping across multiple nations. This was the power of reputation. Simply having the title of demigod was enough to deter the unscrupulous. Byakuya guessed Hanzo's thoughts and said cunningly, if Amigakure only confines itself within the borders of the Land of Rain, then the title of demigod is indeed more beneficial than harmful. However, if we want to expand outward, the title of demigod becomes a hindrance. If everyone fears the demigod, how can we develop and expand? You make some sense. After pondering, Hanzo had to admit that Byakuya saw farther than him. He had only wanted to use the title of demigod to protect the Land of Rain, but this had aroused the suspicions of the major ninja villages. During this upcoming Great Ninja War, he had even considered annexing neighboring smaller ninja villages. However, the presence of Iwagakure and Kanahadakure troops stationed on the borders of the Land of Rain had deterred him from participating in the war, extinguishing his last trace of ambition. However, as a failure, Hanzo was curious about Byakuya's view of the Land of Rain. Byakuya didn't hold back either. He extended two fingers and directly laid out the strategic plans he intended to implement in the future. Simply put, the Land of Rain aimed to distinguish itself among the numerous ninja villages. The strategy involved accumulating resources, biding their time, and gradually gaining strength. In the Great Ninja War, they would only join the fray at the last moment. After hearing Byakuya's strategic plan, Hanzo frowned and said, Byakuya, your idea is good, but if it's about development, Amigakure can't compete with the 5 great shinobi countries. Indeed, that was the case. Whether in terms of land area or population, the Land of Rain lagged far behind the 5 great nations. This was also why the 5 great shinobi countries had always maintained their lead over other ninja villages. A sufficient population could produce enough ninjas, even if they lost more in war than the entire population of Amigakure. Over time, the 5 great shinobi countries could gradually replenish their losses. Listening to Hanzo's words, Byakuya revealed a mysterious smile. Yes, as long as the 5 great shinobi villages don't fall into chaos, the Land of Rain can never surpass them. But this upcoming Great Ninja War is about to end. Once they lose external conflicts, what will they do? They will plunge into internal strife due to uneven distribution of benefits. Hanzo answered on behalf of Byakuya. He now fully understood Byakuya's thoughts. This was a straightforward strategy. Akatsuki needed only to lie low. However, this task could only be carried out by Byakuya, Yahiko, and others from Akatsuki. Even though he knew this method couldn't be implemented, because he was already old, he might die in bed any day now. Time was on Byakuya's side. After listening to Akatsuki's future strategy, Hanzo had lost interest in the specifics. Byakuya's plan required at least several years to implement, during which time the Land of Rain would not see significant upheaval. For now, all Hanzo needed to do was to quietly manage Amigakure under the guise of being deceased, serving as an instructor within Akatsuki. As Hanzo made his decision, Byakuya also received rewards from the system. Hanzo has joined Akatsuki. You have received Hanzo's fluid technique. Hanzo has joined Akatsuki. You have received water release, instant water and advanced water release gift pack. Hanzo has joined Akatsuki. You have received an egg of salamander. A series of rewards left Byakuya very satisfied. The benefits of Hanzo joining Akatsuki exceeded even Amigakure joining Akatsuki. However, it made sense to think about it. Amigakure itself was very weak and had always been propped up by Hanzo alone, maintaining its status as the 6th great ninja village in name only. In the original plot, after losing a series of S-rank powerhouses like Hanzo, Nagato, and Conan, the Land of Rain was reduced to its original chaotic state. After claiming his rewards, Byakuya produced a wood-release seed from his hand and handed it to Hanzo. Looking at the wood-release seed in Byakuya's hand, Hanzo's expression turned grim, but he swallowed it nonetheless. Byakuya, do you really distrust me so much that you resort to such methods? Byakuya watched as Hanzo swallowed the seed and said earnestly, Hanzo-sensei, this is beneficial for both of us. I'm not like Yahiko, a hot-blooded fool who leaves everything to chance. Hanzo's face darkened, and his favorable impression of Byakuya diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, with such cunning and strategy, it seemed Akatsuki wouldn't be tossed around like he had been. This time, he had misjudged and was betrayed by Danzo. Otherwise, if he and Danzo, the advisor to the Hokage, had joined forces, the battle would not have ended so disastrously. Now serious, Hanzo turned to Byakuya and said, Oh yes, there's something important I forgot to tell you. Danzo, who cooperated with me, might still be in the Land of Rain. You might not know Danzo. He's an advisor to Konoha's Hokage, similar in status to. Here, Hanzo paused and glanced at Byakuya. Byakuya ignored Hanzo's gaze, shaking his head. Hanzo-sensei, you mean Danzo-senpai? I know him. Danzo-senpai? Hanzo noticed Byakuya's way of addressing Danzo and began to look suspicious. Could there be a connection between Byakuya and Danzo? Could Byakuya be the real person cooperating with Danzo? Byakuya nodded slightly and continued, Yes, senpai. Like Hanzo-sensei, Danzo-senpai is someone I respect. When I was still weak, Danzo-senpai invested in me and provided me with a lot of help. Later on, Danzo-senpai provided many plans for seizing power, helping me become the leader of Akatsuki. He's a kind and amiable senpai. The last time we met, he ran off too quickly. Otherwise, I would have liked to catch up with him. After all, without him, I probably wouldn't have become the leader of Akatsuki. Senpai, catching up. Upon hearing these keywords, Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief. He roughly guessed Byakuya's background. It seemed likely that Danzo, like himself, had initially sought to use Byakuya, only to be outmaneuvered and forced to flee the Land of Rain by Byakuya's hand. As for the respect and catching up that Byakuya mentioned, Hanzo understood them in reverse. Byakuya had likely long planned how to deal with Danzo, so there was no need for him to worry too much. Instead, he was more worried about Danzo, ironic he knew, since he was trying to use Byakuya. He could only imagine Danzo's demise soon at the hands of this little demon. But, oh well, he should focus on how to retire gracefully within Akatsuki. The era of the demigod had passed. Chapter 87, Client. Several hours after Byakuya left the Hidden Rain Village's prison, rumors spread within the prison that Hanzo had chosen to end his own life following prolonged interrogation. The former demigod of the ninja world, known for his illustrious reputation, opted for suicide to preserve his final dignity amidst disgrace. The rumor didn't circulate for long before the current leader of the Hidden Rain, Yahiko, declared it as false. Former village leader Hanzo of the Hidden Rain had not perished but was merely imprisoned within the village's confines, restricted from freely leaving until the end of his sentence. Faced with Yahiko's clarification, some ninjas chose to believe it. Another faction, however, remained convinced that Hanzo had indeed perished, otherwise, why would members of Akatsuki need to step forward to refute the rumors? They dismissed Akatsuki's actions as a mere attempt to deceive. Yet for most ninja, whether Hanzo lived or died no longer mattered. The era belonging to Hanzo had ended, and the new era under Akatsuki was just beginning. After spreading the rumor of the demigod's death, Byakuya brought Hanzo to the ANBU headquarters. He planned for Hanzo to assume the role of ANBU commander and part-time instructor, responsible for rooting out ninja with ill intentions toward the Hidden Rain and for training new recruits in ANBU. Once Hanzo donned the Umbu fire masks, he met Byakuya's subordinates. Byakuya's subordinates appeared spirited and battle-hardened, clearly experienced elite ninja. However, after observing their training process, Hanzo began to doubt the origins of these individuals. While their combat abilities were commendable, their ninjutsu and physical styles were diverse, ranging from leaf village techniques to sand and stone village secrets. How did this motley crew of ninja come together? Could they have been captured? Thinking this, Hanzo looked to Byakuya, who nodded. These individuals were all once spies infiltrating Akatsuki. Influenced by Akatsuki's ideology, they eventually chose to join the ANBU of Akatsuki. You'll need to find a way to train them into capable elites who can protect the hidden reign. Hearing that Byakuya's subordinates were former spies from various countries, Hanzo's expression darkened. The composition of these individuals was indeed too complex. Wasn't there a concern about their potential betrayal? However, recalling Byakuya's methods, Hanzo also found solace. Under the dual suppression of wood style and seals, even if these individuals managed to escape, they would have no chance of survival. Moreover, based on his understanding of Akatsuki, these individuals might actually accept Akatsuki's ideology. After all, apart from Byakuya, most members of Akatsuki were naive fools. At this moment, Byakuya suddenly turned to Hanzo and asked, "Do your best. If it doesn't work out, then so be it." Feeling underestimated by Byakuya, Hanzo replied in a subdued tone, "Although I'm no longer at my peak, training these people will be well within my capabilities. Just give me a few months, and I'll have them all trained into Jonin." "I hope so." Byakuya's tone carried doubt. "Just trust me," Hanzo said earnestly. Having agreed to become an instructor in the ANBU, he would fulfill his promise. In the process, he would also vent some of the resentment brewing within him through the ANBU. In these past few days, he had accumulated quite a bit of anger. Listening to Hanzo's assurance, Byakuya turned and left. Byakuya wasn't particularly interested in watching Hanzo educate new recruits. He preferred to return to his office for some rest. Returning to his office, Byakuya sat down in his genuine leather recliner and began tapping his fingers on the desk, contemplating today's tasks. At his level, he worked whenever he pleased, enjoying an extremely free 007 lifestyle. This was the biggest difference between working and entrepreneurship: one worked for oneself, the other for a boss. However, even without a boss above him, he still had his own concerns, namely dealing with the client who provided tasks. Only by satisfying the client could he continue to earn a steady stream of coins. After a brief moment of relaxation, Byakuya took out paper and pen from the drawer, starting to write a letter. The content of the letter was simple: a brief report on recent work, along with thanks to the client for their assistance, looking forward to the next collaboration. Once the letter was written, Byakuya used spirit summoning jutsu to summon his ninja hawk. After dealing with the root spies, Byakuya did not dispose of his spirit summoning beast, partly because the giant eagle was very impressive, and partly to maintain contact with Danzo, to see if there could be future collaborations. In the operation against Hanzo this time, Danzo had put in tremendous effort. If Danzo hadn't framed him and reached a collaboration with Hanzo to deal with Akatsuki, Akatsuki might still be hiding in the mountains, without any chance of swallowing up the hidden rain village. In this respect, Danzo might even be Akatsuki's greatest hero, without needing any rewards. Byakuya had always admired Danzo for his self-sacrifice, illuminating others. As for Danzo betraying him, those were insignificant matters. If it weren't for his existence as a golden finger, he would have run away long ago. With the golden finger and his knowledge of the subsequent plot, he had always held the initiative, playing Danzo like a puppet. Moreover, during the negotiations, he actually had a way to prevent Danzo from escaping. After serious consideration, he chose to abandon the pursuit. On one hand, he didn't want to expose too much of his strength. If techniques like the Mayfly technique were discovered by Black Zetsu, it would be very troublesome and could seriously affect their future plans. On the other hand, living Danzo is more useful than a dead one. As long as Danzo is there stirring up trouble, Konoha will remain in chaos for a long time. Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. If they were to unite, it would be very detrimental to the future development of the Akatsuki. Most importantly, both he and Danzo are mature ninjas who prioritize interests over personal grievances. The empty promises of drawing them in with grand schemes don't work. To win them over, you need tangible benefits. And once there's a possibility of progress, betraying allies is just a routine operation. In the future, there may even be opportunities for Danzo to work together to weaken Konoha. After a moment of emotion, Byakuya tied the letter to the leg of the ninja hawk and let it fly. Soon, the ninja hawk turned into a black dot in the sky and disappeared into the distance. After completing all this, Byakuya turned and looked at the black spider beside him. This dark figure, resembling a pitcher plant, is currently his only boss, Black Zetsu. After disappearing for several days, Black Zetsu finally appeared in front of him again. Byakuya was somewhat puzzled about Black Zetsu's disappearance but did not ask. Quietly watching the ninja eagle soar, Black Zetsu looked at Byakuya, who had already become the leader of the Akatsuki. Byakuya, congratulations on becoming the leader of the Akatsuki. We're one step closer to our plan to dominate the world. Chapter 88, Nagato's Unease. All of this is thanks to the help of Black Zetsu-senpai. In front of Black Zetsu, Byakuya showed great courtesy. Without Black Zetsu's contributions in Inyang release and would release ninjutsu, he wouldn't have found it so easy to take over Amigakure. What's more important is that, compared to Black Zetsu, who has been a hidden puppet master for thousands of years, Byakuya is still very young. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with Byakuya's respectful attitude. This ninja he personally recruited is even more obedient than Madara Uchiha. After some pleasantries, Byakuya looked at Black Zetsu and directly asked, Black Zetsu-senpai, do you have any instructions this time? Should our next step be to attack the 5 great nations, or should we lie low for now? Let's lie low for now. We still don't have the strength to attack the 5 great nations. Upon hearing this, Byakuya became somewhat anxious. But what about reclaiming our country? The land of the hidden rain is too barren, and even Yahiko and Nagato oppose my proposal. Only by attacking the 5 great nations can we. I understand your impatience, but this time we really can't rush it. Akatsuki might have defeated Hanzo, but that doesn't mean we can take on Konoha or IWA. The timing isn't right yet. Pausing for a moment, Black Zetsu continued, when the time is right, I will help you reclaim your country. Black Zetsu wished he could revive the Ten-Tails in the next second and free his mother from her seal, but centuries of failure had taught him not to rush things. They needed to accumulate enough power to proceed with the Eye of the Moon plan. Moreover, this time, besides Indra's power, he also planned to use Ashura's methods. Once he controlled all the major nations of the shinobi world, he didn't believe the Eye of the Moon plan could fail again. He had come this time to find Byakuya and caution him. If Byakuya prematurely launched a war against the Land of Whirlpools while he was away, trying to reclaim his own country there, it would definitely alert the 5 great shinobi villages. Seeing Byakuya's struggle after hearing his words, Black Zetsu also began to worry. Explaining the Eye of the Moon plan to Byakuya in the future would be another difficult problem. For now, they could only take it step by step, as every one of the subordinates and lackeys he had his eye on was causing him some concern. After a brief discussion with Byakuya, Black Zetsu prepared to leave the office, intending to use the mayfly technique. Besides searching for Byakuya, he had other intelligence to gather. Suddenly, Black Zetsu remembered something and added, oh, one more thing. I have a subordinate who will be graduating soon. They might join the Akatsuki organization in the near future. With that said, Black Zetsu departed. Sensing Black Zetsu's movement towards Nagato, Byakuya's smile diminished somewhat. His words just now were not only to maintain the facade of Muryu Byakuya but also to probe Black Zetsu's current intentions, even those of Madara Uchiha. From Black Zetsu's words, it seemed they currently had no immediate plans to directly attack the 5 great shinobi nations. This was undoubtedly advantageous for both himself and the Akatsuki. With Akatsuki's current strength, occupying the Land of Rain was already pushing its limits, with even smaller neighboring countries being too much to swallow. However, the last sentence from Black Zetsu had given him a valuable reminder and a significant amount of intelligence. The new member recommended by Black Zetsu was likely going to be Obito Uchiha, which, if true, would make the Akatsuki's future prospects more intriguing. While Obito lacked sentimentality, he was skilled in dealing with Konoha, which was crucial. Most importantly, Obito's inclusion meant a decline in Madara Uchiha's influence, which was good news. Younger Uchiha were always easier to handle than older ones. He was already looking forward to meeting Obito. Not long after, Black Zetsu found Nagato and Konan within the Amigakure. At this moment, Nagato and Konan were in an orphanage, caring for the war-displaced children. Originally, the Amigakure had no orphanages, but after the Akatsuki took control, an orphanage for sheltering children and caring for the elderly was established, funded by resources from Hanzo's legacy. This measure was proposed by Byakuya to win over hearts, straightforward and effective. Yahiko, however, did not believe Byakuya's intentions were solely to win hearts. Still, he couldn't oppose the establishment of the orphanage. Once it was built, Konan became its first director. Seeing the emaciated orphans before them, Nagato and Konan couldn't help but feel sorrowful. They recalled their own past and silently vowed that such tragedies must never happen again. However, Black Zetsu was troubled by this scene. If Nagato didn't fall into darkness, how could he execute the Eye of the Moon plan? Without the Rinnegan, it would be impossible to use the Outer Path's demonic statue to gather the tailed beasts. If it had been in the past, he would have already been figuring out how to turn Nagato to the dark side. Only after losing all beauty and hope can the seed of hatred be born, to burn the entire world. But with Byakuya, the Restorer, here now, there's no need to worry about that. Byakuya will definitely lead the Akatsuki into war. He just needs to consider how to delay this process. After using secret techniques to record this scene as a video, Black Zetsu quietly left the orphanage. At this moment, Nagato seemed to sense something. He looked towards where Black Zetsu had left and frowned, saying, "Why do I feel like someone is spying on us?" "Spying on us?" Konan looked around, finding nothing unusual. She said, "Nagato, have you been working too hard at the construction site recently? Maybe you're tired and having illusions." Nagato shook his head. Despite using the Shinra Tensei to move bricks at the construction site, his sensory abilities had never failed. He was certain that someone was spying on him and Konan from the shadows. Seeing Nagato's serious expression, Konan quickly asked, "Could it be Byakuya? He often has a habit of appearing unexpectedly and using paper clones to oversee. I'm very familiar with Byakuya's chakra. I can say for sure it's not him. It could be Amigakure shinobi who oppose Yahiko, or perhaps spies from other ninja villages." Nagato felt that something was seriously wrong with this situation, but he had no immediate solution. He could only shake his head and say, "Forget it. I'll go find Byakuya later and inform him." "We can only do that." Konan nodded as well. Although she hadn't sensed anything, she wasn't brave enough to let her guard down. After Akatsuki eliminated Hanzo as their enemy, they moved from the shadows to the forefront. They didn't know how many eyes were watching them in secret, so they had to be cautious. Meanwhile, as Nagato and Konan discussed chakra sensing, Black Zetsu had already arrived in the underground space. This time, Madara was not with Obito Hatake, but seated on a stone stool, quietly waiting for Black Zetsu's return. Upon sensing Black Zetsu's arrival, Madara suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Black Zetsu, how are things on Nagato's side?" Chapter 89, Azura's Death and Birth. Lord Madara. Here's what happened. Taking a deep breath, Black Zetsu recounted everything that had transpired in recent days to Madara, including his interactions with Byakuya. However, he made slight modifications at critical points. When Madara heard that Akatsuki had caught Hanzo's attention, he wasn't particularly interested. In his view, it was inevitable that Akatsuki would attract Hanzo's attention sooner or later. Perhaps Hanzo had been idealistic and full of passion in his youth, but ideals changed over time. Someone once claimed to have founded a village for the sake of comrades. Yet they could still betray their most important comrades behind their backs in order to protect the village. Therefore, Hanzo was no longer the same as he once was. It all made perfect sense. And that little devil Byakuya dared to believe the enemy's words. If he got betrayed, it was his own fault. After experiencing such events, Nagato should understand the cruelty of the shinobi world. Next, it would be Nagato sinking for the sake of his comrades and using the Rinnegan to turn the tide. Madara thought confidently, but what Black Zetsu said next was completely different, causing a ripple in Madara's heart. Unable to hold back, he said, "Are you saying that Byakuya used your advice to deceive Hanzo and Danzo, ultimately gaining control of Amigakure and reversing the unfavorable situation?" "That's exactly what happened." Black Zetsu nodded. After hearing this, Madara fell silent. He had thought he was only inferior to Byakuya in teaching abilities, but now he realized he was also lacking in strategy. Back then, he had managed to escape by feigning death with the help of Izanagi, successfully outlasting Hashirama. Although he regretted not defeating Hashirama himself, a win was still a win. Even now, if he were to wreak havoc on Konoha and IWA, no one could stop him. The shinobi world was indeed formidable, but he wasn't at his peak right now. With a playful grin, White Zetsu on Black Zetsu's body said, "Lord Madara, we haven't disappointed you this time, have we? Now the Eye of the Moon plan has a new ally." "A new ally?" Madara snorted coldly, tacitly agreeing. Although he wanted Obito to execute the Eye of the Moon plan, having more allies wouldn't hurt. Besides, Byakuya also possessed Uzumaki bloodline, and transplanting cells from Hashirama would allow him to become a vessel for the Rinnegan. From this perspective, Black Zetsu had done well. He was truly a reflection of his will. However, the most important thing now was to make Obito feel the malice from the entire world, birthing eyes capable of executing the Eye of the Moon plan. At this moment, Black Zetsu glanced around and, not seeing Obito, asked in confusion, "Lord Madara, where did Obito go? Has the plan already begun?" Madara nodded lightly and said calmly, "Yes, the plan has already begun. I'm about to depart for the afterlife, but before I die, there are a few things I need to explain to you. First, after my death, you must monitor Obito's every move and assist him in weakening the 5 great shinobi nations. Collect the 9-tailed beasts. Second, prepare a suitable body for me. I intend to revive in my prime state. Third, at the right moment, inform Obito that his fate was my plot. Even if he hates me, he must complete the Eye of the Moon plan." "Yes, Lord Madara." After listening to Madara's instructions, Black Zetsu nodded solemnly. He desired the infinite Tsukuyomi more than anyone else, but whether or not to revive Madara in his prime was uncertain. Since obtaining Azura's chakra from Madara, and giving birth to the Rinnegan in that moment, Madara had lost his value. Black Zetsu also disliked Madara's commanding behavior. Finally, Madara glanced at Black Zetsu and decisively severed the nutrient tube. As life energy ceased to flow, he closed his eyes forever. The Indra who once overlooked the shinobi world ultimately died in the dark corner. Watching Madara's soul depart for the Pure Land, Black Zetsu looked towards the exit. Before long, his other pawn, Obito, would return. Near the coastline of the Land of Fire, a one-sided massacre was taking place. Wearing the white Zetsu battle armor, Obito, in the form of a demigod, was massacring the Umbu of Kirigakure. Before the Wood Style and Mangekyo Sharingan, none of the Kirigakure Umbu were a match. After losing most of their teammates, the remaining Kirigakure Umbu lost their will to fight and began to flee in all directions. They didn't understand why they encountered such a monster when their mission was to escort the Three Tails Jinchuriki and unleash its rampage in the heart of Konoha. Moreover, hasn't the Wood Style disappeared for decades? Why does it appear in an Uchiha now? Why didn't Konoha showcase such terrifying combat power earlier, choosing instead to wait until now? Could this be a conspiracy, a plot by Konoha to weaken Kirigakure? Thinking this through, the Kirigakure Umbu suddenly found the logic clear. Konoha deliberately feigned weakness to lure and eliminate the elite forces of Kiradikure, similar to the previous incident with the 7 ninja swordsmen. How could an ordinary lower-level ninja possibly defeat 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Now another mysterious Uchiha had appeared, massacring dozens of Kiradikure Anbu members. He had to survive to pass on this message to the 3rd Hokage. However, in the next moment, Obito appeared in front of the Kiradikure Anbu Black Ops. After a wooden thorn was inserted into the body, the chakra-absorbing seeds of the wood release grew rapidly and became a towering tree in a few seconds. After killing all the enemies, Obito sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After restoring some chakra using the Byakuya armor, Obito arrived next to Obito and Rin Noira, extending his fingers. Obito was only unconscious and still breathing. But Rin, pierced through the chest, had already turned into a cold corpse and couldn't die again. Obito forced himself to stay calm, but his tone still trembled. "Toby, do you have a way to revive Rin? Should I kill Obito?" He killed Rin. Toby, who was usually talkative, fell silent, then said, "We white Zetsu are not so easy to die, but humans are unpredictable. As for Obito, if you want to kill him quickly and then return. Otherwise, if Lord Madara finds out, he will punish us. It doesn't matter what kind of punishment I might have to face. The point is Rin is dead." Obito could no longer control his emotions and shouted loudly at Toby, but Toby did not respond further, just as he could not understand human emotions. Several minutes later, Obito picked up Rin's body and looked at Obito lying on the ground. "No matter what reason, I couldn't forgive your actions that killed Rin. Killing you would be too easy for you. You should carry this guilt and feel the pain." After that, Obito headed towards the direction of Madara. He still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that Madara could revive Rin. If old Madara was as strong as the god of Shinobi, he would surely find a way. Chapter 90, Obito and Black Zetsu. With Toby's help, Obito quickly returned to the land of grass. Looking at the pitch-black underground passage ahead and feeling the cold body in his arms, Obito's heart was filled with anxiety. On one hand, he hoped that Madara could revive Rin. On the other hand, years of education and common sense told him that Rin was already dead and couldn't die again. Even the legendary Six-Path Sage probably couldn't bring back the dead. Rin's death was also somewhat absurd, dying at Kakashi's hands. Kakashi, who had always claimed to protect Rin, along with Minato-sensei, the fastest in the ninja world, always seemed to arrive too late to rescue his disciples. He couldn't protect himself, let alone Rin. Obito kept complaining in his heart, blaming his friends, blaming his teachers, blaming this cruel world, and blaming himself deeply. If it weren't for him, Rin might have retired long ago and wouldn't need to continue dangerous missions. If he hadn't fantasized about becoming Hokage, he might have returned to the village long ago. Although he couldn't have the strength to protect Rin, he could have been Rin's scapegoat during missions. Now, even though he possessed strength surpassing a Jonin and awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, time was running out, and the lost things could not be compensated for. After reaching the end of the passage, Obito raised his head and pushed open the thick stone wall. "Old man Madara, I ran out and came back again. This time I want to ask you for a favor." Obito calmed his mood on one hand and pondered his words carefully, his tone full of pleading. But when Obito walked into the underground space, he saw Madara sitting on a stone chair, asleep. Old man Madara? Obito felt something was wrong. Although Madara often slept, today Obito had clearly gone out himself. Madara would at least mock him. How could he sleep peacefully? Just as Obito was about to step forward to wake Madara, Black Zetsu emerged from the underground and said emotionlessly, "Obito, just as you left, Lord Madara has already died." "Madara is dead?" Obito felt as if he had been struck by lightning, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. Isn't he the self-proclaimed Azura of the ninja world, the strongest Uchiha in legend? How could he die like this? Lord Madara is dead." Black Zetsu stared expressionlessly at Obito. Taking a step forward, Obito confirmed that Madara's power had indeed cooled, and his heart had stopped beating halfway. To him, Madara was not only the hope of saving Rin, but also a senior Uchiha he had been with for several months, teaching him how to become a strong ninja. Activating his Sharingan, Obito stared firmly at Black Zetsu, who was familiar yet strange before him, and asked with a vigilant tone, "Who killed Madara? Was it you or other ninja outside? Who are you exactly? Tell me quickly." Facing Obito's questioning, Black Zetsu remained expressionless and calmly explained, "I am the will created by Lord Madara, born to assist you in achieving the Eye of the Moon plan." As for how Lord Madara died, his life had reached its end long ago. For years, he had been relying on the Outer Path's reincarnation jutsu to prolong his life. After grooming a suitable successor, he chose death voluntarily. Madara chose death voluntarily. Obito frowned, sensing that something was amiss. While Madara had always spoken to him about the beauty of the Eye of the Moon plan, he had never disclosed its specific details. Now that Madara was dead, why continue with the Eye of the Moon plan? Thinking this through, Obito turned to Black Zetsu and asked, "What exactly is the Eye of the Moon plan meant to accomplish?" Black Zetsu, who had been waiting for this question, immediately took over and explained, "The Eye of the Moon plan is a massive jinjutsu that covers the entire ninja world. To achieve it, one must capture the nine-tailed beasts to use as the Outer Path's reincarnation jutsu's power source." Madara's plan was to gather the nine-tailed beasts first, then use the Outer Path's reincarnation jutsu and the power of the Rinnegan to resurrect himself in his prime, allowing you to then execute the Eye of the Moon plan together. As Obito listened with a furrowed brow, he quickly noticed the key words Rinnegan and resurrection. Hope surged within him. There truly existed a jutsu to resurrect the dead. If that were the case, did Rin also have a chance to be revived? Black Zetsu noticed Obito's expression and nodded, saying, "Obito, you want to resurrect the girl next to you, right? The Rinnegan does indeed possess the ability to revive the dead. However, to wield this power, you must gather the strength of the tailed beasts. If you strive to achieve the Eye of the Moon plan, when you resurrect Madara, there's no reason you can't revive another ninja as well. But this plan is even more difficult than you imagine. Are you prepared?" Obito glanced at Rin beside him, then at Madara not far away, and nodded firmly. Having lost hope in life, he had found a new purpose, to strive to revive his beloved. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Wasn't the timing of Madara's and Rin's deaths too coincidental? Recalling his experiences with Madara these days, it seemed Madara had always wanted to groom him as his successor. Could Rin's death be related to Madara? Or was all of this caused by the mysterious little black creature before him? In the next moment, Obito pushed aside these tangled thoughts. Madara had intended to groom him for Hokage. He couldn't have harmed him. Even if it was Madara's conspiracy, he had no way to take revenge. Madara was dead, Rin was dead, and now he was alone. The once colorful world had returned to black and white. Taking a deep breath, Obito instructed Tobi to cover his face and turned to Black Zetsu, asking, "What should we do next with Madara's will? Should we directly take the Rinnegan and then gather the tailed beasts?" "Just call me Black Zetsu. After Madara's death, you are the new Madara Uchiha." As Black Zetsu corrected Obito's address, he offered his advice. "However, let's hold off on using the Rinnegan for now. The Rinnegan is not something you can handle at this moment, and you don't have the capability to gather the nine-tailed beasts on your own. Even if you manage to capture one or two tailed beasts by chance, you won't be able to secure the crucial 8 tails and 9 tails. Kurama, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, is Kushina, a jonin of Konoha. Her husband is your teacher, Minato Namikaze. I suggest you wait until Kushina passes away before making a move. Time is on our side. You also need to adapt to Tobi and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing Kushina's name, Obito's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, but he quickly hardened his resolve, as if he had already made a certain decision. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.